Roll calls when you take a left.
So can I go ahead? Good evening. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us for our joint closed session with the City of Sunnyvale. The Assistant City Clerk will take attendance by roll call.
Councilmember Abekoga.
Here.
Councilmember Hicks.
Here.
Councilmember Kamei.
Here.
Councilmember Ramos. Councilmember Ramirez.
Here.
Vice Mayor Matichak.
Here.
Mayor Showalter.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a quorum. And now Sunnyvale will perform their roll call.
Thank you. Mayor Showalter, thank you for calling this joint meeting to order. First, Council Member Mellinger, do you have a statement you would like to make?
I do. I am participating remotely in tonight's council meeting under the just cause provisions of the Ralph M. Brown Act, included in California Government Code Section 54953J2, because I am experiencing a contagious illness that prevents me from participating in person.
Thank you. I would like to remind Sunnyvale community members that following the joint closed session meeting, the special order of the day, recognition of Santa Clara Valley Science and Engineering Fair Association award winners will begin at 6:30 p.m. Followed by that, the regular council meeting at 7 p.m. We encourage the public to stay tuned and participate in the regular meeting. Those wishing to stay online for the additional Sunnyvale items, please remain in this Zoom link. Mountain View will transition to a different Zoom link for the remainder of the night. City Clerk, may we please have the roll call for Sunnyvale?
Mayor Klein.
Present.
Vice Mayor Srinivasan.
Present.
Councilmember Melton.
Present.
Councilmember Cisneros.
Present.
Councilmember Dean.
Present.
Councilmember Mellinger.
Present.
Councilmember Sell.
Present.
7 present with Councilmember Mellinger participating via teleconference.
Thank you. Now, Mountain View City Attorney Logue will make a closed session announcement, and then we will welcome public comment on the item listed for closed session.
Thank you. Good evening to the council members in Sunnyvale and to our council members. The City Council for the City of Mountain View and the City of Sunnyvale will be participating in a joint closed session meeting for a conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9. The name of the case is San Francisco Baykeeper versus the City of Mountain View and City of Sunnyvale, United States District Court of the Northern District of California, case number 20-CV00824. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now would any member of the public joining us virtually or in person like to provide comment on the closed session item listed on tonight's agenda? If so, please click the raise hand button on Zoom or submit a speaker card to the clerk. We will take in-person speakers in Mountain View's council chambers, followed by in-person speakers in Sunnyvale's council chambers, followed by speakers on Zoom. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. I do not see any in-person speakers in Mountain View.
Members of the public will now have an opportunity to address the council on the closed session item for Sunnyvale from the Sunnyvale council chambers. Members of the public wishing to address the councils, please submit a speaker card to the Sunnyvale City Clerk or raise your digital hand now or dial *9 on a telephone to indicate you wish to speak. I will call on members of public participating in person first, then the city clerk will ask remote participant to unmute their microphone when it is their turn to address the council. Speakers will have 3 minutes to speak. Is anyone interested in speaking on this item before we hear the from the remote speakers? City clerk, do we have any in-person speaker or speaker cards? I don't see none.
No, Vice Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
And we also do not have any remote speakers.
Do we have any remote speakers? Okay, we don't have any remote speakers either. So with that, members of both councils will now adjourn to the respective conference rooms for closed session. And then we'll return and we'll continue our separate meetings. We'll be connected by Zoom. Any reportable action will be stated at each body's regular meeting. Mountain View attendees, you may join the regular meeting using our standard Zoom ID, which is stated in the meeting agenda and will be displayed on the screen. So right now we will adjourn for the closed session. Thank you very much. We should be back at 6:30.
The council will now adjourn to closed session. See you back here at 6:30 p.m. Thank you.
Well, welcome back, everyone. This is the regular January 23rd meeting of the City of Mountain View City Council. We will start with the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call.
All council members are present.
Thank you. In recent weeks, several of our neighboring elected decision-making bodies have been subjected to disruptive, racist verbal attacks by anonymous callers during virtual public comments. The City of Mountain View is fully committed to racial, religious, and cultural equity and justice as we strive to create a welcoming, safe, and inclusive community for all. The Council welcomes respectful and non-threatening public comments regarding matters over which the Council has jurisdiction. Comments deemed otherwise, pursuant to the Council Code of Conduct and the Government Code, may be grounds for terminating a speaker's comment period. So with that, I'm going to move to item 4, which is the consent calendar. And these items will be approved by one motion unless any member of the Council wishes to remove an item for discussion. If you would like to speak on this item or the next item, oral communications on non-agenda items in person, please submit a blue speaker card to the Assistant City Clerk at this time. Would any council member like to pull an item? Okay. Well, actually, I would like to, Lucas, excuse me. Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to pull 4.1.
Would you like to discuss that now? Or? Okay, well, we'll do the other ones. I would like to discuss two of them. One of them is 4.3, the South Bay Salt Pond Restoration Project 1853 agreement with California State Coastal Conservancy. Basically, we have been working with the State Coastal Conservancy on a restoration effort at Pond A2W for several years, and we decided a couple of years ago on the components of that, but this is the final agreement on how to divide up the costs. So it's really great that we are at this point, and I hope all of you will go out from time to time on the Bay Trail and watch the construction of this restoration. And then the other one I wanted to bring to your attention is item 4.4. That's the California Street Complete Streets Improvement pilot project. And the reason I wanted to bring that up is because this is an example where the staff had some great ideas and they took it to our BPAC and they had some more great ideas. And so in order to incorporate the recommendations of our advisory board, the project has been amended, and that's what we're approving at this point. So I want to thank the staff that worked on it, and also the advisory board people who came up with good suggestions that we're going to try out too. So with that, do we have any people from the public who want to pull an item? No. All right. Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to approve the balance of the consent calendar, including item 4.2, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View amending City Council Policy A11, financial and budgetary policy, to be read in title only, further reading waived, and just note my appreciation to staff for the response to the questions I submitted regarding item 4.2, and I look forward to the future revisions to that policy. Thank you.
So everyone please vote. Okay, the motion passes unanimously. Great. So now we move on to oral communications. 4.1. Oh, 4.1. Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll go ahead and move it just so I can spare you all the hot air. I'll move to approve item 4.1, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View making findings required by California Public Utilities Code Section 21676 and overruling the Santa Clara County Airport Land Use Commission's determination of inconsistency with the comprehensive land use plan for Moffett Federal Airfield related to zoning ordinance text amendments to Chapter 36 zoning of the City Code to align with recently enacted state law, implement 2023 to 2031 housing element programs, modify and clarify administrative and development review procedures, and make other non-substantive amendments to be read in title only, further reading waived, and adopt an ordinance of the City of Mountain View amending Chapter 36 zoning of the City Code to align with recently enacted state law and to implement 2023 to 2031 housing element programs, including updates to accessory dwelling unit and junior accessory dwelling unit regulations, the land use tables and development standards in residential, commercial, and industrial zones related to low barrier navigation centers, child daycare, employee housing, and other residential uses and parking requirements, and provisions for micro enterprise home kitchen operations and hydrogen fueling stations, to modify provisions related to entitlement applications, development review, hearing and extension processes, to clarify or streamline existing procedures and practices, to incorporate permit provisions for moving buildings, and to make modifications, clarifications, and technical corrections to be read in title only, further reading waived, and adopt an ordinance of the City of Mountain View approving amendments to Chapter 8 Buildings, Chapter 25 Neighborhood Preservation, Chapter 32 Trees, Shrubs, and Plants, and Chapter 35 Water, Sewage, and Other Municipal Services to replace references to the Development Review Committee with Design Review, align with state laws on electric vehicle charging requirements and micro enterprise home kitchen operations, and relocate certain accessory dwelling unit provisions from Chapter 36 into Chapter 8, and amendments to Chapter 28 subdivisions to modify lot line adjustment procedures and clarify existing subdivision map extension procedures to be read in title only, further reading waived. And I did want to ask staff, I know there wasn't a lot of time, about the letter that we received from the BIA earlier. I am hoping you can provide some clarity on some of the concerns that they raise about the 3 sections that are listed in the letter, and in particular, the comment regarding Section 36.44.40, the provision that includes the sentence, the Community Development Director may require a pre-application meeting for controversial or complex projects. And if staff can help us understand what controversial and complex may mean, and if there are objective criteria that we can ascribe to those terms.
Thank you, Council Member. This is Lindsay Hagan, Assistant Community Development Director. Appreciate the question. So we did review the letter that we received late this afternoon. A lot of the comments and feedbacks provided in the letter is information we're aware of that we already implement in terms of, for example, counting the DRC meetings as part of the public meeting. In terms of the question about controversial and complex, so we don't have definitions adopted into the code of those 2 terms, but we have examples that we provided in the written council questions. Essentially, controversial or complex projects, one that often either, does not sort of neatly fall within what the zoning code identifies as a land use or a development standard, or it's typically something that may be allowed by code but isn't something popular in the community. And so those are sort of examples of controversial or complex. I think an important distinction is the language that was brought up is not part of the package of code amendments that are presented tonight. And so no changes were proposed to it as part of this, but as kind of indicated in our prior council response, most of these pre-application meetings are ones that are initiated by the applicant. It's pretty rare for us to initiate it from the city staff side. And a lot of times these are really beneficial meetings where the applicant can get some initial direction, or we can highlight certain things that they should be aware of before they do community outreach or other things. So they're often very productive meetings.
Thank you. I support the package of amendments that the council is reviewing tonight. I do think in the next set of routine zoning code amendments, it might be good to provide clarity on subjective terms like the ones that are identified in the BIA letter, because it has come up. I'll speak for myself. I know when we had, for instance, a couple of the builder's remedy applications submitted, there were questions about various fees and whether they applied or not. And part of the challenge was I think we used terms like complex and controversial, which once upon a time may have been okay, but increasingly it's very difficult to enforce regulations when we use subjective terms, because we don't have objective criteria to use, at least not ones that are written down to discern whether a given regulation or fee may apply. And the same thing applies with the subdivision map extension definition, which I'm comfortable with, but I think the intent behind the council direction was to provide clarity not only to the applicants, but also to the community, to the city council, and to staff on when a permit extension might be justified or defensible. Because right now we don't have objective criteria, and I think there might be concerns or confusion about why are we granting an extension in this case and not in another case when we don't have objective criteria that we're using to make those determinations. So I don't think we're going to fix that tonight, but I do think as part of the next round of zoning code amendments, it might be good to review those types of terms and to think about when can we incorporate objective criteria to increase clarity and make sure that the council, the staff, applicants, and the community are all on the same page about why we make the decisions that we make. Thank you.
So I think it's time for us to vote on the motion. If there are no other comments? All right. It passes unanimously. Okay, now it's time to go on to item 5, which is oral communications. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the council on any matter that is not on tonight's agenda. Speakers are allowed to speak on any topic within the City Council's subject matter jurisdiction for up to 3 minutes during this section. State law prohibits the council from acting on non-agenda items. If you would like to speak on this item or the next item in person, please submit a blue speaker card to the Assistant City Clerk now. Would any member of the public joining us? So do we have some cards? We have one card. So please step forward. Clara Jessup. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Hello, my name is Clara Jessup, and I'm a resident of Mountain View. I'm here today to request that a ceasefire resolution to end the genocide in Gaza be put on the agenda. The ceasefire will help to support no more lives lost. We are 4 months in and are at risk of hundreds of thousands of more casualties and deaths in Palestine. Locally, we have the power to call for support. Please stand with other cities in the Bay, Oakland, San Francisco, Richmond, to come out in support of immediate ceasefire. Thank you.
Margaret Oliveri Barton.
Hi, my name is Margaret, and I am also a resident in Mountain View. I would also like to request that a ceasefire resolution for Gaza be put on the agenda, and that we show our support and that no more lives can be lost. And yes, thank you.
Mary, we have, the first one would be David Shreni. David?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. Thank you. Long-time listener, first-time caller. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm here today because I took my son to Sacramento over the holidays, and we came across the California Constitution. We read pieces of it, and I never really appreciated how it tied into your work. And so in the next 90 seconds, I wanted to walk you through what I discovered in the Constitution and why I think it connects to some of the duties you have. If we could go to slide 2. The California Constitution is amazing. And fun fact, it's also the longest in the world. And it starts out by declaring a lot of our rights around freedom, free speech, slavery, and discrimination. And the order of these is important. I think the writers wanted to focus on the most important things up front. But one of the coolest things I discovered was right there in section 3, our representatives. And if we go to slide 3, I'd love to just read part of it out loud, or read exactly what it says. The people have the right to instruct their representatives, petition government for redress of grievances, and assemble freely to consult for the common good. And the people have the right of access to information concerning the conduct of the people's business, and therefore the meetings of public bodies and the writings of public officials, agencies, shall be open to public scrutiny. It's an incredible power that the Constitution has given the people. And it kind of means we have the right to almost any and all information about the people's business. Now, of course, the city attorney is going to say, well, David, there's a lot of exceptions there. You need to read the book. So I read the book. Let's go to slide 4. And the guide from the Attorney General is 43 pages. And if you want to put young children to sleep quickly, just start reading from it. But the crux of this document is that there are islands of privacy among seas of enforced disclosure. And so what this basically means is that the city has a constitutional duty to provide any information that's not explicitly private. Later on in the agenda, I want to come back and talk about where this may come up in real life. So thank you for taking the time to listen to something fascinating I found in the Constitution.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker is Yu Zhai.
Hi, good evening. This is Yo-Yo Shui from Millbrae. I was too late to submit a visual. I wanted to show a picture, but I'm a restaurateur. I have a restaurant in Millbrae. I have a restaurant in Foster City, and I've signed a lease with Brookfield at the Village in San Antonio Center. We're going to have a beautiful new Chinese restaurant and bar coming to Mountain View. And this is an investment that's going to be close to $2 million. So it's really going to be something state-of-the-art. And I think everyone here is going to be blown away by the quality of food that we're going to deliver to this city's residents. I'm coming to you tonight to express my frustration with the city's planning department thus far. I think we submitted our planning application in late November, and it's been nearly 2 months. And the only gripe that the planning department had this entire time with us was really the color of our awnings and the color of our umbrellas and the sort of style of our outdoor dining umbrellas. And I must say that for a city that claims that they wish to encourage business, encourage investment, to facilitate such investment, I feel like the talk is being talked, but the walk is not being walked. And it makes it very difficult for us to make this investment. Right now, we are obviously too late to walk back our investment. So what we're seeking is additional urgency from the city. And I think this really starts with the city council letting the planning department know that 2 months for a review of a simple planning application is going to kill business. It significantly increased our costs. For our restaurant space, our rent is $22,000 a month. We cannot afford to have months and months of delays over minor issues. And it's very difficult to reach people in the planning department as well. My calls go unanswered, unfortunately. Deadlines are missed. And I just feel like I'm getting needled again and again. So I really hope someone will reach out to me. My telephone number is 650-200-0983. My planning application is with the city. My property address is 2565 California Street, Suite 88. And I really hope that together in a collaborative effort, we can get this project delivered, not only for the benefit of my company and myself, but really for the city. And one day I look forward to inviting all the city council members to my new restaurant for you to enjoy our food. Thank you very much. And I look forward to working with the city in this ongoing project.
All right. Next speaker. We have one more speaker. I can't.
Tim McKenzie.
Tim McKenzie.
Greetings all. Tim McKenzie, resident of the Montaloma neighborhood. I heard the two first commenters in the unagendized period, and I wanted to give my voice in support of calling for a ceasefire resolution to be agendized in the future. I think that would be something that would be a good expression of our values. I think the mayor mentioned it while talking about one of the consent agenda items about Mountain View being a community for all and our values. And I think that calling for a ceasefire could be a good expression of our values. And I think that there's also a strong rhetorical power that we in the city of Mountain View really have. A lot of, if you've read Palo Alto, A History of California Capitalism in the World, Silicon Valley, where we're located, a big part of the silicon in Silicon Valley was for chips for missiles for accurate targeting. And that legacy continues through to modern times. There's a Project Maven at Google a couple years ago. Workers withheld their labor because they knew that there was work going towards targeting with drones. So we in Mountain View have a historical and current connection to the military-industrial complex, which is profiting off of the ongoing humanitarian crisis. And I think that would be a powerful expression of our values to try to counter that. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other? Okay, seeing no others, we'll close the world communication section. And now we move on to item 6, our study session. And we have an item 6.1, Caltrain grade separation projects. And the purpose of this study session is to provide an update on the status and cost estimates for the Castro Street Transit Center and Ringsdorf Avenue Caltrain grade separation projects, and to obtain council direction on priorities and funding for the projects. Senior Civil Engineer Joy Houghton and Public Works Director Dawn Cameron will present the item. And I note that individuals are available for questions. The Assistant Public Works Director, City Engineer Ed Arango, Principal City Engineer Robert Gonzalez, Project Consultant Jim Lightbody, Robert Bernard, Deputy Chief Rail Design and Construction Caltrain, Marcella Renzi, Deputy Director Grants and Allocations from the Santa Clara Transportation Authority. So staff, please move forward with your presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm Joy Houghton, Senior Civil Engineer in Public Works. I'm joined here tonight by Dawn Cameron, Public Works Director, to present an update and staff recommendations for the Caltrain grade separation projects. The grade separation projects are being delivered in partnership with VTA and Caltrain and are planned to improve safety and eliminate crossing delays for pedestrians, bicyclists, and vehicles due to gate downtimes. They will also allow for a reduction in use of train horns at Castro and elimination of the horns at Ringsdorf. The city is currently working on the final design phase of the 2 grade separation projects. The first one is the Castro Street project. The project proposes to eliminate the vehicle at grade rail crossing, construct a vehicle ramp from West Evelyn to Shoreline, a shared use path on the south side of Evelyn Avenue from Franklin to the west side of Shoreline, and undercrossings under the Caltrain tracks and Central Expressway with access points at Castro, Sterling, and Adobe. Not too far behind in the final design phase is the Ringsdorf Avenue grade separation project. This project includes depressing the intersection of Ringsdorf Avenue and Central Expressway while maintaining the train tracks at its existing elevation. The project also includes an overcrossing of Ringsdorf Avenue to maintain the connectivity between the east and west sides of Ringsdorf, an American with Disabilities Act compliant pathway connecting Crisanto Avenue and Ringsdorf Park to the lowered Ringsdorf Avenue, and Leland Connector to maintain vehicular access to and from the La Plaza Market and the neighborhood on the west side of Ringsdorf. The Castro project started in 2015 and has completed 65% design. The Ringsdorf project started almost 2 decades ago in 2004, has completed 35% design, and will be proceeding into 65% design next month. Based on new cost estimates received in September of 2023, the Castro Street project cost has doubled to $271 million, leaving the project with a $138 million shortfall. Design has been suspended for Castro Street to provide time to consider cost reduction options. In addition, because both projects have large funding shortfalls, project delivery alternatives for the 2 projects have been developed for council consideration. In November of 2023, the Council Transportation Committee reviewed cost reduction options for Castro Street, including project phasing. Project phasing would remove the elements outside the Caltrain right-of-way from the scope of the project. These elements would be delivered by the city at a later date. Removal of these elements mean that the Castro Street project to be delivered by Caltrain would focus on the core elements, which include the undercrossing under the Caltrain tracks and the 2 undercrossings under Central Expressway. The CTC was supportive of the phasing of the project. This brings us to question number 1. Does council support the recommendation to reduce the scope of the Castro project to the core bike pedestrian undercrossing improvements, or have other feedback about the scope? With the recommended cost reductions for Castro, the shortfall is reduced to from 138 to 82 million, while Ringsdorf is currently estimated to have 108 million shortfall. The city currently does not have the resources for the combined 190 million in shortfall. Please note that the Ringsdorf cost estimate shown on the screen is an escalated estimate based on the 35% cost estimate that we received in October of 2022. Caltrain will refine the cost estimate as final design proceeds and will provide an updated cost estimate in the fall. To date, the city has equally prioritized the Castro and Ringsdorf projects, and they are being delivered concurrently. However, both have significant funding shortfalls, which impacts project delivery. Staff is bringing 2 alternatives, which includes Table 8 in the staff report, comparing key attributes of the 2 locations for council consideration. Alternative A prioritizes Castro, and Alternative B prioritizes Ringsdorf. The primary funding source for these 2 grade separation projects is the VTA's 2016 Measure B grade separation program. Recommended reallocation of Measure B funds is provided for each alternative. And please note that the following assumptions are built into the 2 alternatives. Since both projects are fully funded through design, Both projects will proceed with the final design with the Castro scope focusing on the core bike pedestrian undercrossing improvements. Staff will continue to pursue grant and other funding opportunities, and the city water main relocation at Moffett and Central will proceed into construction this year as project design is complete, and deferring construction will result in a higher project cost. Alternative A prioritizes Castro over Ringsdorf. What this means is Castro would continue and progress through design and construction of the undercrossings. Ringsdorf would complete final design and acquire right-of-way to the extent feasible and construct when funding is secured. Under Alternative A, Castro would start construction in 2025 and be complete in 2028. Ringsdorf construction would be on hold until funding is available. Under Alternative A, the planned Measure B funding for Ringsdorf would be reallocated to Castro, and pending state approval, the city may use $5 million of the awarded TIRCIP fund towards Castro. This would result in Castro being fully funded through construction, and Ringsdorf would lose $20 million in state funding in the TIRCIP grant, and shortfall would increase to over $200 million. Alternative B prioritizes Ringsdorf and is staff recommendation. Under Alternative B, Castro would complete final design of the undercrossings, pursue National Environmental Policy Act clearance, as this is needed to pursue federal funding, implement interim improvements, which I will describe on the next slide, and construct when funding is available. Under this alternative, Ringsdorf would proceed through final design and right-of-way acquisition, consider value engineering options, and construction would proceed when design is complete. With an unknown timeline for the construction of the Castro undercrossing, Alternative B would also include interim improvements to the intersection of Castro, Moffett, and Central Expressway. The improvements would permanently close the rail crossing to vehicles while retaining the existing at-grade rail crossing for bikes and peds. The improvements would reduce vehicle conflicts for bikes and pedestrians and allow elimination of the railroad signal preemption at Central Expressway, reducing the bike-ped wait times to cross Central Expressway. Under Alternative B, Castro undercrossing construction would be on hold until funding is available, and Ringsdorf would start construction in 2026 and be complete in 2028. If Ringsdorf is prioritized, the planned Measure B funding for Castro would be reallocated to Ringsdorf and would result in a smaller shortfall of $31 million. Staff believes that this funding gap could be closed with additional grant funding prior to construction and or through value engineering options. This means that the Castro would lose to $25 million in state funding, and the gap for Castro increases to $184 million. Staff is recommending City Council support Alternative B to prioritize Ringsdorf for the following reasons. There is an interim solution for Castro Street to reduce delay to bikes and peds due to gate downtime. Ringsdorf is more challenging for pedestrians and bicyclists with higher collisions and fatalities and no interim solution to reduce delays. There is also an upcoming federal grant opportunity, and reducing the shortfall will make Ringsdorf more competitive. Based on council direction, both projects will continue with final design with updates to the cost estimates, and staff will continue to pursue grant funding opportunities. Staff will also return to City Council later in the fall to provide another update on the status, funding, and any new information, including grant application results, if available. City Council will have another opportunity to deliberate on prioritization with updated and new information, and could direct staff to stay the course and continue to prioritize the council-selected alternative, or could direct staff to change priority. Which brings us to questions 2 and 3. Which project priority alternative does council want implemented, and does council have feedback on the alternatives? Question 3, does council have any other feedback or direction for the Caltrain grade separation projects? And this concludes staff presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so since this is a study session, next we go to public comment. So would any member of the public joining us virtually or in person like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or submit a blue speaker card to the Assistant City Clerk. We will take in-person speakers first. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. Alex Brown.
Hey, friends. Yeah, I support Rangsdorf going first. As someone who's very frustrated by the Moffett crossing, I would love to have a faster way to get across. The timing on the lights is not great, and I have missed trains because of it. But yeah, Rangsdorf seems like the right choice here. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else in the audience who would like to comment? No? Mary, do you see people online? All right. Robert Cox?
Okay, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Robert. Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Showalter, Vice Mayor Matichak, and members of the City Council. I'm Robert Cox speaking on behalf of the Steering Committee of Livable Mountain View. We've already sent in a letter, so just let me hit the high points. Our main concern is the possibility that the current shortfall in available construction funds might motivate the council to permanently drop key features of the Castro grade separation plan. We believe that all of the features, the bike ped tunnel, the Evelyn S-curve, and the shoreline on-ramp are needed to support a vibrant downtown that welcomes visitors regardless of the transportation mode they employ to get here. As the staff report notes, deferring the Evelyn Avenue ramp to Shoreline Boulevard and the bidirectional Evelyn Avenue S-curve will affect traffic patterns, including potentially increasing traffic volumes on Villa Street, Franklin Street, Bryant Street, Hope Street, and View Street. If we make arriving to and departing from our downtown an increasingly difficult, unsafe, and unpleasant experience, our downtown businesses will suffer. Mountain View's Economic Vitality Director, John Lang, has pointed out that our downtown as a whole has not recovered to its pre-COVID vitality. We cannot afford to make the situation even worse. The council is well aware that the grade separation plans for Castro and Rangsdorf are the results of years of planning and public input. Council should not make major changes to them with less than a week's notice and without reasonable opportunity for robust input from the business community and from the public on projects that will affect our city for generations to come. So thank you for listening to our views, and I'll add just a few personal notes. Looking through the other letters that were submitted, there was the idea of seeing if there can be funds that can be redirected from other projects to the grade separation projects. I personally would support looking into that because these are really the key things that are needed right now. And also that, if you drop major aspects of the Castro grade separation plan, it could invalidate the EIR, and that would make even for a further delay. So please at least keep the plan intact, and let's try to find funds to move it forward, regardless of what you decide goes first tonight. Thank you very much. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Cox. The next speaker is Daniel Halsey.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, so I just want to chime in and say that overall I agree with staff's recommendation to prioritize Rangsdorf. However, I do find the situation we're in here kind of worrying, and I think it would be good if some output of this meeting was finding a way to put both projects on a steady fiscal footing going forward. So this could be looking back at the design. This could be identifying potential funding sources, like a local tax or bond. Could be seeing if the project could be financed with a land deal or something. But it would be good to see some decisive action on how we're going, like what is an actual strategy to build out the Castro grade separation, because getting this thing actually implemented is going to be key for Caltrain service increases going forward. So those are my main recommendations. I also think that we should maybe relay some recommendations to Caltrain to bring more of the work on these grade separations in-house, so perhaps they could save some money. But yeah, that's my comment. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, the next speaker is Adrian Brandt.
Hello, and thank you. I actually think for the good of Mountain View and the greater region, I think the better project to prioritize is the closure of Castro with the bicycle pedestrian tunnels underneath Central Expressway. I would urge for value engineering or phasing to defer the vehicle elements, but particularly the ramp, the Evelyn ramp. You know, if that should be required, and it appears it is because of this funding shortfall. But in terms of the vitality of Mountain View and the, I think the nature of the project, I think it's the marquee project really, and a great example for some other communities to move forward. I think you're doing exactly the right thing, and you've provided, I think, courage to other cities with the closure of Castro to make it a pedestrian mall. And I do not share the fears of the prior speaker that, you know, there's going to be some kind of horrendous traffic access problem with the deletion or deferral of the Evelyn ramp. I think Mountain View is downtown is permeable enough with enough different access points off of Shoreline and off of Evelyn, coming in from 85 and so forth, coming in from El Camino, that this project will not suffer unduly with the deferral or even permanent possible deletion of the Evelyn ramp. That I would argue was a very would-be nice to have feature, but is probably, in my view, the most severable. For the sustainability and the bicycle pedestrian activity and the vitality of the downtown, I think it's so much more important to prioritize the Castro project over the Ringstorf project. So that I think is where the value is, and I do worry that if you go with the interim solution prioritizing Ringstorf and doing some of the interim closures on Castro, that the full project will never come to fruition in any reasonable time frame. So please consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Tim McKenzie.
Hi, all. Tim, as I mentioned, I'm in the Montaloma neighborhood, and it's, I think, pretty well known about the lack of park space that we have there. But just on the other side of the train tracks on South Rangsdorf is the lovely Rangsdorf Park. And I tend to bike everywhere. It would be nice to have a safer way to access. I hope you guys have, I wish you luck figuring out the more thorny issues and everything, but good luck figuring out how to make us be able to have more grade separations, which will make us safer on the around the train. Thank you.
Okay, I think that's the end of our, no, there's one more speaker? Two more speakers. Oh, Hala, Al-Shawani. Are you there, Hala?
Yes. Hello. Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members and staff. I am I live near downtown, currently in Old Mountain View, and I'm actually a frequent user of the train. I take the train regularly to Palo Alto, and I really have a hard time going through the tunnels in Palo Alto when I need to go on certain side of the train station. It's it's just really difficult to go through puddles of unsightly stuff, and sometimes it's not very safe to even walk there. There are bicycles that go through, even though it says walk your bicycles, and so I'm not sure how they can enforce these safety regulations. I would like to put an idea out there as an alternative, and this may have been discussed plenty of times in the past, but I was wondering if there was any consideration to putting an overpass, one of these overpasses that go over Central Expressway for pedestrians and bicyclists, assuming they can be designed safely so that there's no need to put very expensive, highly costly and time requiring tunnels underneath. In my mind, that will reduce the cost significantly and the disruption. It will take a lot less time. And that way, also the remainder of the concepts and the remainder of the design of the project with Evelyn ramp to Shoreline and the the S curve around Ringstorf can still be carried out and implemented. Just an idea, and this may have been thought about and discussed in the past, but I would love to hear your input on that and see if there's a way to modify this or some other aspects so that we can continue to do all of the project safely, on time, and hopefully within budget. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Louise Katz, and after that, we'll have Adam Klett. Thank you. Louise?
Yes, thank you, Council, Mayor, and Council. I wanted to add to the voices that discussed having the Ringstorf priority and not to lose essential components of the Castro project. I guess I'm a little bit shocked that the staff has given us a warning as to what can happen to the traffic in our downtown and nearby streets if we don't have the ramp. But I would hope that the City Council will direct there to be considerable traffic studies to tell us what those numbers actually would be. Are we talking about 100 cars? Are we talking about 500 cars? Are we talking about 1,000 cars? We have traffic studies that basically go down for almost every housing development that I have seen where we're just adding one stoplight. And here we have the potential for adding massive amounts of traffic that would otherwise be channeled away from downtown and the nearby streets, and without warning to the neighborhood and without their input. So I think that definitely needs to be considered. Also, I understand there's also considerable lobbying to say we should prevent cars from moving easily because that will prevent people from using cars. And I think that's makes no sense because it's as if we were saying, well, people are overweight, so let's make the accessibility to stores and restaurants very limited, and then they won't eat so much. Of course, if we did that in Mountain View, they would simply turn around and go elsewhere. They would order food online. They would go to Los Altos. They would go to Stanford, where they can park and have lovely meals and shopping. So the point is that to make our city work for everyone, not simply for a specific demographic. And I think the health of our downtown is always critical, but we need to act as if it's critical. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we have Adam Klett.
Hi, everyone. I'm a resident in Mountain View near downtown, north of the tracks. And I just wanted to say, I really hope that council considers prioritizing the downtown crossing. That crossing gets a lot of use from a lot of people. You can see in the staff report the amount of pedestrian traffic it does get compared to the Rengstorff crossing. And because of the combined nature of crossing Central Expressway and the tracks, it does feel kind of unsafe, quite unsafe, I would say, at times as a pedestrian, especially with a young family. And further to that, I'd echo other comments about value engineering the project, getting rid of the Evelyn ramp. I think that's a very reasonable thing to do in light of the cost challenges. And I do hope that there's a way that we can figure out how to get both projects to move forward, the Rengstorff and Castro project, as soon as possible. I do understand that there's a funding shortfall, but let's figure out a way to make it happen, because the future of the city really does depend on it. So thank you very much. I yield my time.
Thank you. Now we have reached the end of all of our speakers. That's great. And so we'll bring it back to council for comments. And we have 3 questions. So I don't know, do we want to have, let's start with questions. Okay, so Councilmember Hicks.
Well, I have lots of comments, but I'll start just with one question. One of the commentators, I think it was Mr. Cox, said that he was unhappy with the amount of notice. And so I believe that for, such a big project, but I believe that in a briefing, I was told that we'll make interim decisions tonight, and this will be coming back in the fall. So I just wanted, for people who did find this, members of the public who found it kind of short notice for them, what other opportunities will there be to weigh in on this subject?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Hicks. So you are correct. This is a study session tonight where we are asking for direction from council for how we will proceed over this next year. But as indicated in the report and in the staff presentation, we will be coming back in the fall as we get updated cost estimates for Rengstorff. We see how Castro develops further in final design and updated cost estimates, see how we do with any new grant opportunities that we may know about. And at that time, there will be an opportunity for council to reconsider direction if it looks like Rengstorff went up in cost such that, for instance, it's now a much higher funding shortfall than we were expecting, or other information became available. And this is the advantage of the recommendation under both alternatives, to continue with final design on both projects, so that there is the opportunity for council to reconsider direction in the fall.
Thank you. Mr. Cox just brought that up, but I've had other members of the public mention that as well. So thank you for that answer, and that's my only question.
Vice Mayor Matichak.
Thank you. So we also received some input on whether or not it was possible to move funds from other projects to the grade separation projects. And the one in particular that was mentioned in an email was the reversible transit lane. And I'm kind of curious, has staff looked into moving funds from other projects, specifically the transit lane? Is that even possible? What would be the implications of moving money? Just trying to get a sense of, is that even a realistic move to make?
And I appreciate that question as well. So staff has reviewed the capital improvement program to look at what opportunities there could be in terms of making recommendations to council. Do you want to consider deferring this project or defunding it and moving money? But the first issue we face is that most of our capital projects are funded by restricted funding sources. and it's, the color of the money. So for many of the projects in our capital improvement program, that particular funding source could not potentially be used for the grade separation project. So there's step one. We're basically down to our funding sources that we call the capital improvement program reserve, the construction conveyance tax, and some of our transportation specific fund sources. When you look at those projects, those are the ones that where the money is transferable potentially to the grade separation projects. However, those are also those fund sources are used to maintain our street pavement projects, add many other bike and ped projects that are in our CIP, and some critical facilities infrastructure. So we did not find a lot of opportunities. The other piece, though, there could be a few, but we really are talking in the range of $5 to $15 million. So I believe, as we reported out to the Council Transportation Commission when this question came up, we said, if the funding shortfall for either project could get reduced to about $15 million, that could be an option we could look at. Since the Shoreline Transit Lane project you brought up specifically, I did want to let you know that the Council Transportation Committee, is meeting next Tuesday, January 30th. The agenda is scheduled to be published on Thursday. There is an item on there where we would like to discuss phasing that project and moving forward with the bike and ped and utility improvements now, and potentially waiting on the transit lane. So, we'll be sending out email blasts about that, but I'll make this part of the public noticing for that right now. But to be aware, again, you're only talking a few million dollars we're deferring, and it had a specific funding source.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate the heads up on the CTC meeting agenda.
Councilmember Abe-Coca.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, staff, for the presentation. I had a question along similar lines to the Vice Mayor. So I had been thinking about the direction of funds from other projects, but I think that before that, my question is, in light of now that we're in post-COVID, there's definitely has been traffic pattern changes. And we've also been informed of certain Google projects being put on hold. So in light of all of that, are we thinking or have we thought about reevaluating our needs, doing a new traffic study? I'm curious specifically around the transit center, what if there has been any changes with the private shuttles, company shuttles. And then I would ask specifically in regards to that, the closing of Castro Street to close the turn onto Central Expressway. How many vehicles during peak hours actually use that now? What kind of numbers are we looking at that would be redirected to, for instance, the ramp along the Evelyn ramp to Shoreline? And this is all just kind of precursor to my, I guess maybe it's more comments, but looking at alternatives, and if we were to delay the ramp, I would like to see if the studies or the data to see if we should actually be even looking at an auto ramp or perhaps a bike ramp instead. So yes, I guess overall the main question, sorry, is are we looking at reevaluating the traffic patterns around these projects in light of the changes with the pandemic?
At this time, we have not reevaluated the traffic circulation in light of the pandemic in the general related to the Castro grade separation project. We have done some analysis related to the Castro Ped Mall decision in terms of how many vehicles are traveling through crossing Castro at Dana and Villa, which was to help make a decision should these be signal controlled or stop controlled. But we have not done anything specific related to the transit center. Councilmember, you are correct that travel patterns are significantly changed. A key piece that we're also aware of is, transit ridership is not returned to post-COVID levels yet. It's probably running around, I heard 35 to 40%. But traffic is definitely coming back on our freeways. People are returning more to the office. So over time, we have hopes that Caltrain ridership will get back to post-COVID, pre-COVID levels, and then we will start seeing all those shuttles and buses. They're still out there, but we'll probably see more of them return. So we're a little concerned that trying to make decisions about the transit center right now, based upon the patterns we're seeing, we're still too much in uncharted territory as we watch the bounce back from the pandemic. One of the advantages of the strategy we are recommending for Castro, if council chooses to select this, is by reducing the scope of the Castro grade separation project to focus on the bike ped undercrossing of Central Expressway and the train tracks, and pursuing things like the Evelyn ramp and further improvements to Moffett Boulevard and the S-curve as separate city projects. This buys us time to watch how things evolve, and definitely I think we would be doing traffic studies before, to help determine, is there a point at which we really do need that ramp? So we strongly recommend that it remain as part of the project, but we are recommending that we can defer it now, and we can watch what happens to traffic, do more studies. Keeping in mind also, because of the Castro Ped Mall and the closure of the 100 block to traffic, most of the vehicle crossings of the train tracks at Castro have already been closed, and most of the traffic diversion that we will see has already happened, at least in this current post-pandemic traffic patterns.
Okay, so there wouldn't be a much difference by closing the turn.
Not at this point with the current traffic patterns.
Okay. Yeah. And I would include even the reversible transit lane on Shoreline. And I go down Shoreline more these days, and I've noticed in the morning it's just not as backed up as it used to be. It doesn't take me 23 minutes to get from my house to 101 like it used to. So that's really it. The studies that we're seeing, or the assumptions, is there's going to be a 30% reduction in because of work from home. So just being mindful of that, the potential changes there, but I think that's a good answer, that this could potentially buy us time to relook at all of that. So thank you. And then let's see, what was I think actually that was it. We talked about the redirection of funds. So yep, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, well, do you have another question? No. I have a couple questions. One, how long, if we do this, how long do you think it will be until we get funding for the Castro grade separation? Is it a 5-year thing, a 10-year thing, we have no idea thing? I mean, what?
At this point, we really cannot predict when the funding would be available to do whichever grade separation, whether it be Castro or Ringstorff Council decides will be the second priority. A lot of it will depend upon if there are new funding opportunities that arise. And we'll definitely keep watching what's happening at the federal, state, and regional level for any new funding opportunities, measures. MTC's been talking about a regional transportation measure. Will it make money available for the grade separations? There's also the city's own consideration of a revenue measure and whether any of that funding would be available for the grade separation. So the short answer to that question is we don't know, but we're hopeful that over the next few years, some of these new funding opportunities will become available and we can take advantage of them.
for the Infrastructure Act and the bipartisan infrastructure law, bill and IRA, right?
Yes.
Forget. Yes. We certainly, at all the conferences we go to, hear so much about the magnitude of these sums, and I know that they are still rolling. I was just at a conference last week, and the transportation secretary was talking about how they're still rolling out programs. So I hope that some of them will be, valuable for us. Okay, I have another question, and that is, if we're going to be doing NEPA on Castro, is that also going to give us an opportunity to evaluate some other alternatives to the project? I mean, I know when we did CEQA, we probably had a couple of alternatives, right? You have to have at least a project and a no project, and usually there's a couple more. In the CEQA process, in the NEPA process, would we be doing that again? Or can you kind of take us through what the NEPA would incorporate?
So I will have to acknowledge that I'm not familiar enough with the NEPA process. In my career, I've only had a couple projects that have been through that process, and it's been several years. However, I think one of the things that we would be looking at is if the Castro scope is reduced to just the bike and ped crossing under the railroad tracks and central for Caltrain to deliver, there's a chance that it might qualify for a categorical exclusion. Ringstorf qualified for, what was the NEPA clearance for Ringstorf, do you recall? Categorical exemption, because it's an undercrossing of an existing or operating railroad line, which means that in that case, no, we're not looking at alternatives or anything. It
would be more the noticing requirements and that kind of thing.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, that's my question. Oh, I see several more council members with questions. Councilmember Kamei.
Great. Thank you so much, Mayor. I have a question for our Caltrain partners. And I know that I believe this came up at the CTC, but I couldn't recall. So I know that we had quite a bit of discussion about the third-party project cost estimator and kind of the discrepancies there. And I know that Caltrain's going to have your third-party project cost estimator review it again. Was there a timeline associated with that for when that will be reviewed again? I don't recall. And I was searching for it in the staff report. I think it was mentioned that we're going to have it reviewed again for the Castro grade separation, but I couldn't recall if we were able to nail down a time frame. Thank you.
Councilmember Rob Bernard, Deputy Chief Design and Construction Caltrain. I appreciate the question. We were really waiting for council direction on what the next steps would, but in the interim, we have gone out with an RFP, selected a firm, taken it to our board, and gotten them on board so they're ready to go. We wouldn't need to issue a work directive, which is a pretty quick process in order to initiate that process, but really waiting for council direction on next steps so we can engage that additional resource.
Okay.
Excuse me, sorry. Mr. Bernard, could you please explain what's going to be different about this next third-party estimation compared to the one that was previously received from Jacobs Engineering?
Thank you for that question. So we went out in a CMGC process.
Do you mind saying what that acronym is?
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Construction Manager General Contractor, which is the early contractor assistance, bringing in the contractor early in order to get commercial pricing while the design is still progressing, which is the method that was chosen for this project. So in that project delivery method, the owner has an estimator. The contractor has an estimator. It's a best management practice to bring in a third-party estimator that brings from the contractor's perspective, kind of a group of people that have been heavy civil construction, heavy rail construction for their career from a contractor's perspective. So you have 3 points of data to do your evaluation from the owners, from an independent that the owner brings on that's from a contractor style estimate, and then you also have the CMGC estimate. And so it gives you that extra element of information and expertise in order to make sure you're getting a fair price.
Thank you. Okay, so just to clarify, I guess, and to wrap that my question up, depending on council action tonight, Caltrain would go forward with?
Again, the direction we've requested tonight is either alternative. We would like both projects to continue with final design, and assuming council supports that, then we would request that Caltrain continue with that new third-party estimate from a contractor's perspective be conducted for Castro to reconfirm the estimate we just received last September. And so we still want to see that happen. And then on the Ringstorf side, they already have selected the final design firm, and they're just about ready to release the RFP for the construction manager, general contractor, get them on board in the next few months, and allow them then to provide their cost estimate as a contractor, as well as what we can do with a third-party estimator from a construction contractor perspective.
That is correct.
And we are counting to have that information in the fall, which then starts to get us what we're hoping is more up-to-date cost estimates, as well as more apples-to-apples comparison.
So likely, sorry, last question on this. So likely when this comes back to council as it's scheduled for fall 2024, we would have both potential estimates. That's the goal.
That's the goal.
Okay.
Reconfirm estimates, see where we're at, and estimates that we could be more comfortable having going further, because frankly, after the fall, and asking council, do you want to recommit to your priority or change your priority? That's probably the last time you'll be asked that question, because then the highest priority project will be zooming ahead, and we won't want to change direction after that.
Understood. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Hicks.
I was ready to go into comments, so if Councilmember Abekoga you're ready to go into comments also, or you have a question? Okay, ask a question.
Thank you. Sorry to jump. But in light of the question just now, I guess, does it make sense for us to go into final design for Castro Street if we could potentially be reevaluating some of the components, or are you confident that we should be keeping all of these components to the project? And I think the difference is phasing, is that correct?
What we're recommending would go into final design is just the bike ped undercrossing element of the Castro Street. In terms of, does it make sense? We will get more valuable information. We will get the project much more developed to be construction ready. Should some funding, we could come up with the additional funding necessary, but it is a large amount of money. There is a risk. When you finish final design of a project and then you need to pause it, there's a point at which so much time has gone past that you have to reopen the design, bring it up to newest standards. So there may have to be some rework done. It is always an option council has to indicate not to move forward with final design with the second priority project. But as we said, it is fully funded at this point, and it will give us some additional valuable information and position us should there be a windfall of money to keep the project moving forward.
All right, thank you.
Okay, well now I think we are at the point in time to go over the questions. There are 3 questions, and Councilmember Hicks, would you like to take it away?
Yeah, so this one is in some ways fairly easy for me because I am on the Council Transportation Committee, and also agree with the staff recommendation, as did most of the public who commented via email. So, but I do have additional, so it's easy for me to answer the questions, but I do have a few additional comments. So question 1 is about reducing the scope of the Castro project to the bike ped undercrossing, and then other feedback. So yes, I agree with that. I agree with reducing and changing it as recommended by the CTC, also the kinds of changes that we recommended. But I wanted to draw to your attention that we got a resident email comment very late today, right after we came in. And this resident was speaking for herself, but she's a member of the Visual Arts Committee. She actually said that she recommended not doing, I forget the technical term, but the more finished walls on the inside of the bike ped underpass, because she said that it would conflict with some of the mural options that they had, so, and cost more than the art itself. So I would like us to look into, at least have a conversation with members of the Visual Arts Committee. Of course, there's no reason to put another layer of something that's very expensive that then makes the art more difficult to put on. So that's question 1. Question 2, which project priority alternative do I want implemented, and any other council feedback? So I agree with the staff recommendation to prioritize the Rengstorff grade separation, which is, I guess, option B, because some of it's an equity decision. I think the data shows that Rengstorff is the more dangerous crossing, and also that the Castro intersection has another grade separation closer to it, the shoreline grade separation. And also it's possible to mitigate a lot of the dangers, and I think staff had a good list of ones. But then I also have a third reason that I think that the Rengstorff grade separation should be a priority. I just think that we are in the Castro, the 100 block and 200 block and so forth, that we're kind of struggling to convert it to a successful pedestrian mall. And I think that with, a good number of vacancies, and I think that at this point in time, like over the next year or so, the last thing we need to turn it around is a huge construction project and a big hole in the ground. So I think just for making progressing on making our downtown vibrant and viable, I think that delaying that project might even be a good thing. Then in addition, depending on, there was some talk in the staff report about redevelopment of the transit center, including reconfiguration of I'm just reading it, expansion of the bus shuttle circulation area and so forth. If this becomes delayed enough, we may be better able to integrate it with that project, which I've always been a little unhappy that we're not integrating it better. And then, as other people have mentioned, we can think more about the Evelyn ramp and other things nearby. So all of those reasons make me say that the staff recommendation is a good one. And then the last question is, do we have feedback or direction? Anyway, do we have any more feedback or direction, I think is what it is. And I think we need to pay attention to the mitigations. I mean, the staff report spelled out a lot of them, but the mitigations, if we're deferring the Castro grade separation, the staff report called out a lot of important mitigations, such as decorative fencing. I really appreciated I asked the question about the what channelization was. I really appreciated the photographs that you sent. So thinking about those, the second one was very nice, by the way. So yeah, all the pavement treatments and planters to enhance the area, the interim Evelyn Avenue connection between Blossom Lane and Wild Cherry Lane as a single lane, and maybe giving more space to the businesses that are close to that part of Evelyn. So I liked all the things that the staff report spelled out. Members of the public have also mentioned, I think, no right turn on red off of Moffett, a possible pedestrian scramble there, and then because there are concerns about more traffic in the downtown, I would also add maybe green neighborhood traffic controls around affected neighborhood streets. So I think if we're deferring Castro, we do a lot of those things, many of which the staff report suggested. And I was also interested in some of the comments that my colleagues made, I think Councilmember Matichak and Abakoga, around reevaluating the whole situation if we're deferring the Castro grade separation. And on the question, I guess, that Councilmember Kamei and Abakoga asked about going along with whether we should go further with the final design of Castro or not, I'd love to hear more from my colleagues, because that was kind of a late breaking question. Those are my comments.
Thank you. That was very thorough. So next would be Councilmember Kamei.
Great, thank you, Mayor. I just want to start off by thanking staff. What I appreciate about this is that this isn't the first time that I've had the opportunity to look at it. We were able to see this on our Council Transportation Committee, and really appreciate staff seeing these, I would call, transformative projects for our city and flagging them for the CTC to kind of get a preliminary look before coming to the full council. So that's where there was only one question that I had forgotten to ask. And I'm not worried about moving forward with design. I was just trying to recall what the timeline was for when we're going to hear from the third-party estimator. I'm ready to move forward, and I'll answer the questions. But I just wanted to do that because I think just as maybe council struggles with how best to move forward, I think probably staff did as well. And I think this is a really great kind of balanced as an approach as possible in terms of making sure both projects can move forward. And I just wanted to thank you and thank our partners who are in the audience who are here to answer our questions and figure out how to move forward. I think we're fortunate to have one of the most kind of frequented Caltrain stops, as well as moving forward with grade separations. Not all of our partners along the corridor are in the position we are. So I just wanted to caveat and start with that. And then, so for question one, yes, I support the recommendation to reduce the scope. And I like the comments Councilmember Hicks was bringing up, which is we have so many other projects in the queue, the pedestrian mall, the transit center, our Moffett Precise plan, that I think being able to find ways for this to move forward, maybe at the reduced scope, might actually allow us to be nimble as we're looking at those other plans and funding opportunities. So I'd like to give that positive outlook on it. For question two, I'm comfortable with alternative B with the staff recommendation. I'm not sure if my colleagues have been in the position, but if you are there during kind of the peak hour where they're down, you could be there for 30 minutes, and that's not an exaggeration as the trains are going. And so I think moving forward with the recommendation, and Rangsdorf makes sense to me, and I think kind of mentioning all the other projects we're looking at Castro, being able to move forward in some form or fashion while also addressing, I think, the high need issue and also the safety concerns of Rengsdorf are immediate. So I'm comfortable with that. And then for question 3, I just wanted to share with colleagues in my council briefing, one of the things that staff brought up was bringing kind of regular updates about the Caltrain grade separation projects to CTC in terms of timeline or as RFPs are being released, and letting us know, and likely might be something the full council would like to know about as it moves forward. And that's kind of the only request I have there. I think that the increased cost estimate was a surprise, and so hopeful that there's no other surprises, and maybe part of that is just communicating and getting updates from our partners so that we can go into the fall fully ready to move forward. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Now it's Councilmember Ramos' turn.
Thank you, Mayor. I am, like my colleague next to me, I am also inclined to move forward with staff's recommendation. I'm not on CTC, but I heard the fallout from CTC when we heard about the cost estimates, and they're like, brace yourself, it's gonna be bad. But I think what staff is recommending is giving us our best way forward to get all of them actually done. You just have to chug away at this, essentially a to-do list, and you can't just have both. If you don't have the resources to have them all at the same time, you have to just start queuing them up. So I do support staff's recommendation to reduce the scope of the Castro project to the core bike pedestrian undercrossing improvements. I believe that this is the way forward to actually get everything we want in there. It just is in phases, and we're just gonna have to move forward that way. I agree with staff's recommendation for alternative B to prioritize the Rengsdorf Avenue grade crossing for similar reasons. We have mitigations for the Castro Street crossing, and it's already half closed as it is, but we don't really have much options for Rengsdorf. So we push forward on Rengsdorf, we get that done, and then we have Castro partially closed. We pretty much have addressed all our grade crossings in Mountain View, and that's an incredible feat that some of our neighbors can't really attest to, and it's something to be envied. And then I don't really have any other feedback on direction of the Caltrain grade separation projects. I do, in the long run, want to move forward with all of it. I'm happy to rely on staff to strategize how we get to that point.
Vice Mayor Matichak.
Thank you. I'm also on the CTC and had the opportunity to discuss the Castro grade separation project. I first want to say that I really appreciate this staff report. This was one of the better staff reports, both the content as well as the format that you presented the material. It was very clear, very comprehensive. Kudos to you for a great staff report. Thank you. I agree with the revised scope for the Castro project. I agreed with that on the CTC, and my perspective on that hasn't changed. I do think it's important to keep all of the current elements, however, in the plan, because we don't want to take something out and then have to redo the EIR. So we just continue on with what we've got, but we phase it. As others have said, it'd be great if we had enough resources to do both the projects, but since we don't, but I know we'll continue to work on that. I do agree with staff's recommendation on prioritizing Rengsdorf, and there's 3 primary reasons that others have mentioned. First, the chart you put together, I think it was pages 19 through 21, that was a real eye-opener for me, where it showed the number of collisions, crashes, and fatalities at Rengsdorf. That is very compelling data, so thank you for providing that. Second, I was surprised at the volume of vehicle traffic on Rengsdorf. It's about 6 times what it is at Castro. Now, granted, Castro has changed, but even still, that's a huge volume and has been pointed out by Councilmember Kamei. Yes, you can sit there forever at that intersection. And third, because there are additional improvements we can make on Castro, I think it does make sense to move forward with Ringsdorf at this time. And let's see, any other feedback? Of course. So, and I'm not sure this is the best time to bring this up, but you never know, because, you know, this is my last year on council and I want to make sure I get a say in this. And that is, I am supportive of increasing the budget for public art at the Castro grade separation. You know, we've talked about increasing it for other projects and was mentioned by many of my colleagues. When we get to this project, it is right in the heart of downtown Mountain View. We do want it to be very attractive, and you know, people will admire it and they won't be concerned about using it, you know, so it won't be dark and dingy. It'll be light and have all kinds of great public art. So I am supportive of increasing the art budget. And I'm hoping others will also support that. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Abikoka.
Thank you, Mayor. And I second Vice Mayor's thanks to staff for a very well-written staff report. It was comprehensive, long, but comprehensive, and laying everything out in tables was very helpful. So thank you for that. So I know a lot of you know I've been involved in at least the Ringsdorf conversation since I came on council in 2007. So for me, this is a project almost 2 decades. It is 2 decades in the making. And we've, you know, worked towards it for many, many years, and putting our own funding into the project to move it along. You know, I will say when I was excited that we were close to being able to fund both, and quite shocked and, you know, quite upset when I saw the new cost estimate for the Castro project. So it's unfortunate that we're here. In a perfect world, we would love to do both. I hope that there will be an opportunity. I think there will. We waited 20 years for Ringsdorf and it's come. So, you know, we should be hopeful that there will be an opportunity for Castro too. So I think it's obvious where I'm going, that I support staff's recommendation. And thank you for making a clear recommendation. I think that is very helpful. But I would like to move forward with the Ringsdorf project. Again, as I mentioned, this has been 20 years in the making, and we had traffic congestion there back 20 years ago. And through, you know, Google growing and even the pandemic, the congestion there continues, and there's been some real safety issues there. I also, I used to live in Rex Manor, and then now I live in downtown, so I've been involved, I've experienced both intersections, and it really, the Ringsdorf the intersection there really does bifurcate the community. And I think it was in public comment or written comment someone mentioned, and I was thinking this too when we were talking about Mauna Loma, you know, even Rex Manor. These are Rex Manor is an area that's been growing in housing, and we're you know, discussing the lack of park space right across the train tracks is this beautiful Ringsdorf Park that we're adding, you know, even more amenities to. So, you know, how great would it be to be able to improve that connection and or build that real connection, so more residents can come over and use this great park that we've invested so much resources into. It's also a crossing someone mentioned, and I've known this, is that for students to get to schools, and it is a very dangerous one. I've had over the years, you know, folks ask me, can we put a bike bridge over there and whatnot? So I think that is really important to make this improvement. And then as mentioned, at least with Castro's we have interim measures, and we really don't have that at Ringsdorf. The closing of the right turn lane onto Central Expressway from Castro, my understanding, will make the bike ped crossings faster, right, with the preemption eliminated. So, and I guess there's a part of me that wonders if, I'd like to see how this all works out, because, yeah, I wondered if the interim measures might be sufficient, or, you know, there probably will be other options that come forth as we see how this progresses. So I would look forward to just evaluating how things go, and we may have to change our plans, and that's why I asked about final design and whether it was really something we should be doing now. I'm not sure, frankly, right now. I could go either way. So whatever majority wants to do, I think I'm fine with that. So yes, so then in terms of, I just wanted to mention a few things that came up in comments. Future funding options. First, I want to acknowledge and thank Marcella Renzi and her staff at VTA. They have been extra helpful in helping us pursue funding opportunities and grant opportunities. And that's where some of this funding that we've received in the last year or two has come from. So I just want to acknowledge VTA and thank you for your partnership on that. There's talk about future funding options with the regional transportation measure. We will actually be discussing the first part of that tomorrow at our MTC meeting, as there's a need for enabling legislation to be passed to allow us to do a regional measure. But there's I'll probably report on it after the meeting, but there's a lot of conversation and some decisions, I think, as Santa Clara County we need to make as to how we want to move forward, whether we want to do a regional measure or we look at our own county measure. So those are discussions to be determined down the road. But I'd like to say with this situation is that I hope that clearly there's some lessons learned, I think, and that I hope that we can move those lessons forward. I've been part of the VTA ad hoc grade separation committee. I've chaired that the last year. So we've been trying to work in coordination with Palo Alto and Sunnyvale. There's an attempt, Caltrain's trying to get all of the grade sep projects and all the cities together to try to maybe come up with a mega project. We were really the first ones out of the gate. We were the guinea pigs, and we were willing to do that. Unfortunately, because of that, we are here with this huge funding shortfall. But I hope that we can at least move the lessons we've learned forward with other projects. And then there's one item here, and I don't know if it's necessarily time right now, but I have been thinking of this. I've had conversations. I appreciate Mr. Bernard being here, and I've talked with Ms. Bouchard, the Caltrain CEO, about my disappointment with the situation. But I have been thinking about whether, as a council, we should write a letter or make some statement. And in particular, I wanted to point out that it's on page 5, I believe, in the staff report. When we talk about construction costs and savings, there's a mention of Caltrain would allow for a one-time 55-hour weekend Caltrain service shutdown that would actually reduce the cost by almost $10 million. And so I would like to make that request. I don't know if this is the right time to do it. I feel like why not do it now while it's still on our minds and just go on record, but perhaps a letter from the mayor stating, frankly, and I think we should state our disappointment with the situation, but in light of that, I would ask that Caltrain, support or cooperate with us and help us with some funding savings by allowing this temporary shutdown to happen. That's something that I'd like to add. And then I would support public art at Castro. Thank you.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with all of my colleagues and support the staff recommendations. As Councilmember Kamei said, I think they're very thoughtful and balanced, and I also agree that the staff report was very well written. This is a tough decision, and I'm glad that we were, I thought, well prepared to make some of these determinations. I also want to thank my colleagues who serve on the CTC, since you've already had an opportunity to review and think deeply about some of the tough trade-offs that we have to make, and I support all the recommendations that you've provided. So thank you for doing that work. The only other things I'll add is, I agree with Vice Mayor Matichak on the art funding increase. I think that's, as other members of the council have said, it will be a well-trafficked area, and I think it's a good opportunity to take advantage of all of the eyes that will be traversing the grade separation once it's constructed. And I think it's a good idea to be proactive in thinking about how do we activate that space. And I also agree with Councilmember Abikoga about making a formal request of Caltrain for the service shutdown in order to help us address the funding gap. But aside from that, thank you everybody for all of your work, and I'm really glad that we're all united on these decisions.
I guess that brings it back to me. I'm not going to talk quite as quickly as you did, Councilmember Ramirez, but yes, I think reducing the scope is a good idea. Thank you for doing that essential value engineering. I've sort of swayed back and forth on whether I thought it should be the Ringsdorf or the Castro one. I think that the discussion about how vital this undercrossing is for revitalizing or helping with the revitalization of the downtown is really important. And yet at the same time, I also think the comments you made about perhaps not having the construction disruption at the same time are also important. So I think, I just really hope that we get to go forward with this Castro undercrossing. I think it's very, very important. But at the same time, I just kept coming back again and again to the environmental justice issues associated with the Ringsdorf undercrossing. We're connecting so many people to really valuable parts of our community. Ringsdorf, there's just lots of people who live on the other side who want to be connected to Ringsdorf Park, to the senior center, to the teen center, to downtown, and that kind of movement and movement safely, it just is never unimportant. It always matters every day. And the other thing I think about is in terms of supporting active transportation. We're going to have, I want to make sure I've got this right. on Ringsdorf itself, it will have bike lanes going underneath Central Expressway, right?
For clarification, the Ringsdorf project lowers Central and Ringsdorf. There will continue to be a signalized intersection of Central and Ringsdorf while the railroad tracks stay at current grade.
Right.
But yes, there will be bike lanes on Ringsdorf in both directions. Are they going to be protected bikeways? Yes, so we're working towards protected bikeways to go to approach and the Central Expressway intersection.
And then the pedestrian bike bridge in the other direction is going to be a huge addition, because getting across Ringsdorf now is very, very dangerous. I know my son was hit by a car there once many years ago, and fortunately he was not hurt badly, but it was certainly, everybody was going slow. But it's dangerous. So I'm glad to see that. But talking about the other things, I would, as I mentioned in the briefing, I think that we should look for environmental justice money for this. I think that's a category we should make sure we're thinking about. And also dirt. We need the dirt that's excavated to help in our pond restoration, our marsh restoration for our sea level rise improvements. And so I just would like to make sure that kind of gets remembered. And now I guess it's time to sort of go through everything. It seems like on the questions themselves, we have pretty clear agreement. On the extra things, there seemed to be majority who were interested in either more money for art, or another thing that was brought up was making sure that the surface of the tunnel was such that it's appropriate for putting a mural on. So I'd just like to ask for a straw poll of that. Is everybody interested in making sure that the surface is the proper surface when we get that for the mural? Sure.
Yeah, just a clarification on that is that that's one of many things that the CTC was asked whether we wanted this additional surface, and we all did because it sounded a good finished surface.
Oh, okay.
But a visual arts committee member approached me and said that actually it's better not to have it for the mural. So all that I was asking is that staff check back with members of the Visual Arts Committee. We can take a straw poll on whether staff should talk to the Visual Arts Committee if you'd like.
Let's don't. Anyway, it would be good for.
But just do it.
We want to promote art. That's the idea.
It would reduce the cost by more than the art is now, by like $4 million. So if they think it's an obstruction to putting up the mural, of course, don't do it.
And then the other thing that I think that there is a majority on is having a mayor's letter with the idea of supporting the weekend shutdown of Caltrains to drastically reduce the cost. Is everybody in favor of that? Please raise your hand if you're in favor of that.
I have a question. I don't know exactly what that means.
Well, it basically means that the staff writes a letter on.
No, the shutdown, the 55-hour shutdown.
Oh.
I'd be happy to explain. So this has to do with as construction's ongoing, and this relates to both grade separation projects, that if Caltrain is willing to do, for instance, long weekend shutdowns of their service and have bus bridges, more concentrated construction can happen in that weekend period, and it creates faster delivery options for your project, which then lowers the cost of the project. So it is something Caltrain is doing for their electrification projects. They occasionally shut down the service, and it is something that they have told us they're willing to consider, but they have not committed to it as part of our projects.
Thank you, Mayor. That answered my question. Well,
I point of order. I found that Vice Mayor Matichak has another comment about art.
I had a question about it. So I'm not sure we eliminate the treatment everywhere, but you would eliminate some of it to accommodate art. Is that what you were saying?
I think all I'm saying is talk to members of the Visual Arts Committee because they may not want it. Just talk to them is what I'm saying. No, I don't think we make the decision.
I think we need to clarify with the Visual Arts Committee because I think there's a misunderstanding.
Yeah.
The secondary walls in the tunnels that were decided to keep actually will work a lot better for murals than them having to be on the more concrete surface of the walls without the secondary walls.
So it's just have that
I think we need to have that and explain that to them better.
Okay, thank you.
Then another issue, so the mayor's letter, everybody is okay with mayor's letter? Good, all right, good. And then the other thing that I heard repeatedly is concurrence with the mitigation suggestions that were brought up relative to Castro. That was mentioned several times as things that we would like under question 3. Does everybody agree with that?
Can we clarify what those mitigation measures are?
You like to summarize? You were the one that started.
I have some lists, but I think maybe staff can, it was the notes I took from the staff report were these are all things that in the staff report you say you're going to do, I think, but it's decorative fencing, pavement treatments and/or planters to enhance the area, channelized pedestrian and bicyclist at-grade crossing. I would say using something more like your photo number 2 in the answers to which was the nicer one, in your answers to staff questions. And then there were an interim Evelyn Avenue connection, which you could explain more if people need. But these were all in the staff report as the staff recommendation, yes. Then there were some additional ones that I talked about that residents have emailed us about. And those are no right turn on red, pedestrian scramble, no right turn on red, that I think is from Moffett, and maybe traffic controls for affected neighborhood streets. So I just would like an openness to things that, if you look at any of those that members of the public have brought up and say they're terrible ideas, then that's fine too. But members of the public brought up additional mitigations in addition to the ones that the staff report mentioned. And I'd just like those considered also.
So I think that brings this item to an end. Staff, does everything clear?
Well, there is one hanging item out there that's been brought up, which was the question of, do we continue with final design for the Castro Bike Ped uncrossing? I've heard from 2 council members that they weren't certain, but they were willing to go with majority. It is staff's recommendation we continue with the final design, but I do want to do a check-in with council on this.
Yes. Can we see a show of hands for people who want to go forward with final design at this point? I personally, I didn't speak to that, but I was going to say I really think it's important because I know that in the sort of the body of grants you can apply for, you are at a much, much better place if you have a design that's ready to go. So that's why I would support it. Okay. All right. Looks like you've got your answer. So do we need a break at this point, or should we just go forward? Go forward? Okay. All right. We'll keep going. All right. So now we move on to item 7.1. Appointing an extra help retired annuitant under Government Code Section 7522.56 and 21224. And the Acting Human Resources Director, Lindsay Bishop, will present the item.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. The next item before you this evening is a resolution appointing an extra help retired annuitant pursuant to the requirements of the California Public Employee Retirement System, otherwise known as CalPERS. Government code requires a 180-day separation before a retired CalPERS annuitant can be employed by a PERS agency. Government code also allows CalPERS agencies to hire a retired annuitant before the end of this 180-day waiting period if their expertise is needed to fill a critical need in a role performing work in excess of what regular staff can do, and if the governing body approves the exception at a public meeting, which is why I'm here before you tonight. Staff recommends such an exception to hire Sue Rush as an extra help retired annuitant, performing the duties of an HR manager in the Human Resources Department. Ms. Rush has the experience and specialized skills required by the city at this time, and her employment is critical to manage and deliver the projects outlined in the staff report, which support employees and the organization. The Human Resources Department does not have sufficient staff resources with the level of technical expertise and skill to carry forward these planned projects as scheduled. Therefore, staff recommends approval of this retired annuitant hire and appropriation of funds for the staffing need. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Do many members of the council have questions? Okay, seeing none. Would any member of the public joining us virtually or in person like to provide comments on this item? Do we have any? No blue cards? Nobody on Zoom? All right, very well. So then I'll bring it back to council for council deliberation and action. We have a mover by Councilmember Kamei and a second by Councilmember Abikoga. Does anybody have any comments that they would like to make? Seeing none, I guess we can vote.
Councilmember Kamei, will you please read the resolution title?
I move that we adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View for an exception to the 180-day wait period, Government Code Section 7522.56 and 21224 to be read in title only, further reading waived. And item 2, to appropriate $75,000 in general non-operating fund in the Human Resources Department for retired annuitant wages.
Thank you. All right, that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, now we move to item 7.2, which is the joint use agreement with the Mountain View Westman School District. And we'll be joined at the dais by Community Services Director John Marchand, who will be presenting the item. Thank you. And also Christine Cosby, our Assistant Community Services Director, is in the audience if we have any questions. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Good evening once again. My name is John Marchand. I'm the Community Services Director. Tonight I'm presenting on the joint use agreement with the Mountain View Westman School District. As you're aware, the city has historically entered into joint use agreements for the city's access to school district fields on weekends, holidays, non-school days, and after-school hours. In turn, the city provides all maintenance of the recreation areas of the campuses. This city first entered in agreement with the Mountain View School District in 1959 and subsequently with the Westman School District in 1960. Since then, those two districts have merged into the Mountain View Westman School District. In 2019, staff from both agencies began meeting to draft a new joint use agreement. Discussions were limited due to COVID impacts. And in 2022, staff from both agencies once again began to continue work on the draft documents. In February 23, these meetings were paused by the school district. And subsequently on May 3rd, 2023, the district superintendent sent a letter to the Parks and Recreation Commission providing input on the city's Parks and Recreation strategic plan. In addition, concerns were raised about the joint use agreement and provided suggested solutions to those concerns, including the district takeover, maintaining and managing the field rentals on their own. On September 12th, the City Council considered an item to discontinue the joint use agreement with the district. After deliberation, the City Council approved a motion to terminate the joint use agreement unless the Mountain View Westman School District Board of Trustees accepted a successor joint use agreement proposed by the city on or before December 31st, 2023. On December 7th, the Mountain View Westman School District Board of Trustees considered and approved the city's proposed joint use agreement. In addition, the Board of Trustees considered another item related to the use of school facilities, which were amendments to existing board policy and administrative regulations. Prior to the board meeting, city staff from the City of Mountain View sent a letter conveying that the city was unclear on how the proposed amendments would impact the city's existing procedures related to the access to the fields and scheduling their use. City staff also attended the meeting in person and provided similar comments that were provided in the letter. District staff responded verbally during the meeting and noted the updates to the board policies and administrative regulations were recommended to align with the proposed joint use agreement provided by the city, including allowing the city to continue current practice of scheduling field use and setting fees for use of those fields. The day following the board meeting, December 8th, 23, Board President Conley sent a letter to the city confirming the updates for the board policy and administrative regulations were approved to replace existing policies and establish the operating procedures needed for the district to comply with and implement the joint use agreement in its current form. In light of the district's response to the city's concerns and the follow-up letter received, the staff recommendation to the City Council is to enter into the joint use agreement with the Mountain View Wisman School District. This concludes my presentation. Thank you, Mayor, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Does any member of the council have questions? Oh, any member have council questions? Okay, well then we'll move to public comment. Would any member of the public joining us virtually or in person like to provide comment on this issue? If so, please raise your hand in Zoom or submit a blue speaker card to the assistant clerk. We'll take in-person speakers first. Mrs. Conley, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Showalter. I apologize for my voice this evening. I'm running out of speaking power. Mayor Showalter, council members, staff, on behalf of the Mountain View Wisman School Board, I would like to thank all of you for taking up the joint use agreement tonight for deliberation. The school district is very much hoping that you will approve the joint use agreement as presented, and we look forward to continuing our partnership in serving the residents and students of Mountain View. We certainly do more for our community when we can work together, and we value the many years that the district and the city have partnered on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so are there any, we do have one speaker on Zoom, David Schrenrig. David, are you there?
Hello. Let's start the clock. When I looked at today's agenda, I was shocked. The documents that were presented were clear and professional. They were beautiful documents that showcase the best of both the city and the district. And I'm not talking about the JUA. What really caught my eye were the two letters in this agenda item between the city and the district. The city manager's initial letter said, hey, you changed this policy without a heads up. That feels sneaky. Will this affect our fees? And the district promptly replied, good question, but you're not affected. Here's why. And with that, the city manager was confident to move forward. That was a complete communication loop. Have you seen anything like this in the past 4 years? No. And I think that's why we should pause and celebrate the shining monument of problem solving. And I urge you all to maintain this cadence of public, clear written dialogue as you continue other negotiations. I want to also reflect on another report from the city manager to the council last September when she said, based on the words and actions of the district, I recommend terminating the JUA. I think judging people by their words and actions is great. So let's do that. Let's start with the city. The city went to a board meeting and promised to deliver a final agreement to the board, quote, soon, but it took 52 days. How should the district interpret those words and actions? The district raised issues about the Civic Center Act, which at best were confusing and at worst just really bad legal reasoning. What should the city make of those words and actions? And this very council expressed concern and dismay at the superintendent's requests around city expenditures. As we learned earlier in tonight's constitutional law class, it is the council and city's duty to disclose the people's business without delay. How does the district feel about the city council's words and actions, stonewalling the information? My intention is not to offend everyone. My point is that we all made mistakes throughout this entire process. And you are all leaders of large organizations, so I hope you can serve as examples for your own staff and forgive other people's mistakes or perceived slights. For me, this is all water under the bridge because one person stood out, the city attorney. She was entrusted with drafting a final agreement, and she wrote an incredibly fair document for both sides, which is why the end is in sight. This is the epitome of responsible governance. And I hope we can use these wonderful examples set by the two-letter dialogue and the city attorney to move forward into a new chapter. Thank you for your time. And thank you for all the thought and listening you've done for this.
Thank you. All right. Now I'm going to bring it back for council deliberation and action. All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Margaret Abacoga and a second from Lucas Ramirez. Is there anything that has to be read? Okay. All right, if that's... No, there isn't anything that has to be read. Okay, so we can vote. Please vote. All right, it passes unanimously. And thanks to everyone who has worked on this. I know it's a very long list of people, and it is important for all of the residents of Mountain View. It's great, thanks. Now we move on to 7.3, the 2024 Gatekeeper Review Process. The Assistant Community Development Director, Lindsay Hagen, will present the item. And she is joined at the dais by Community Development Director Artie Srivastava. Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Showalter and council members. Tonight, staff is seeking direction from council on what process and timeline to use for the gatekeeper applications for 2024. Updating the gatekeeper process is part of the current council work plan. It's a priority A project, as well as a program identified in the 2023 to 2031 housing element, specifically program 1.3, with the objective to create increased opportunities for project-specific rezonings. In terms of the process to date, there have been 4 study sessions in 2023 where gatekeeper updates have been discussed. The 2 main study sessions were in September and December. The September study session focused on discussions around new potential gatekeeper exemptions, as well as the frequency of council authorization hearings. At this study session, council directed staff to provide and consider other changes to the gatekeeper process, which became the focus of the December study session. On December 5th, council provided direction to staff on preferred process changes, input on new qualifying criteria, new community design principles, directed staff to conduct outreach. And at that meeting, the direction was to use the new gatekeeper process for reviewing the 2024 applications. Following that meeting on December 12th, the majority of council directed staff to return in January to get formal direction on how to proceed with the 2024 gatekeeper applications, which of course brings us to the focus of tonight's meeting. Staff has outlined 2 options for council to consider in how the city can approach accepting and reviewing gatekeepers in 2024. So staff's intent with presenting these options are to outline to council what the process and timelines would be for gatekeepers this year if the city utilizes the current gatekeeper process, or if the city utilizes the new gatekeeper process, while still meeting the June 2024 housing element timeline for accepting gatekeeper applications. So the new gatekeeper process option represents essentially the original direction provided to staff on December 5th on what that process would look like in compliance with the housing element. Staff felt it was important to sort of disclose this option for council. So ultimately, these options are intended to give council an understanding of what the 2 paths could be in alignment with the housing element. based on public comments we've received, staff feels like there's been some confusion with these two processes and sort of what staff's intentions are. So I'll briefly kind of walk through the two processes here on the screen and describe some of the clarifying modifications that staff is suggesting on the current gatekeeper process, sort of highlighted here in blue on your screen, in an effort to make it sort of clearer between the two different processes and being very clear about the distinction between the two. So starting with the first option here, the current gatekeeper process. Under this option, the city would accept applications between March to June of this year, utilizing the current gatekeeper application requirements, the current authorization criteria, and the current procedures that are in place today. Staff would bring all of the applications to the council authorization hearing, excluding gatekeepers that are exempt under the current process. So staff is suggesting to remove any reference to bringing an exempt gatekeeper application under the current process to the council authorization hearing. Additionally, as part of the staff report that would be prepared as part of this process, staff would focus on how the applications align with the current council authorization criteria. And so staff is suggesting to remove any reference to the new qualifying criteria. Or the current, the new community design principles as well. So ultimately, these suggestions by staff are really to try and make it clear that the current application or the current gatekeeper process is really focused holistically on what the current process is in place today. So the other option is to extend out the application window and use the new gatekeeper application process. This would put the application window from June to August of this year. Under this process, staff would utilize the new procedures, the new qualifying criteria, and the new community design principles. This would mean that the new streamlined gatekeeper provision for 100% affordable housing would go into effect. So we would bring forward to the council authorization hearing all applications that meet this new process, excluding those streamlined 100% affordable projects. Under this option, staff would outline in the council report for the authorization hearing how the projects align with this new process, and we would anticipate going to council in Q4 of this year. So under both these options, the city would continue to meet the housing element timeline commitment of June for accepting applications, and we would hold a council authorization hearing in 2024. This was the loudest and clearest #1 priority that was shared with staff from all interested stakeholders, was holding a hearing this year. And so that is another reason we outline these two options, assuming a 2024 calendar year hearing. Following the direction from council tonight on how to proceed with the 2024 gatekeeper applications, the next steps in the process are staff conducting community outreach in February, meeting with the EPC in April for a recommendation, and council in May for consideration of adoption, and then we're targeting June for the new process to be in effect. So that concludes staff's presentation, and of course, we are here and available with any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so does any member of the council have questions? I see Councilmember Ramirez as asking to speak.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few questions. So first, I want to thank staff for the clarification provided in the report. I think that's very helpful and helps address a lot of the consternation that I think the council has been hearing. I do want to ask a couple of quick clarifying questions about the staff responses to the council questions submitted in advance of the meeting. So the first is related to question 4, which is related to Housing Element Program 1.3F. So just to clarify, is staff saying in the response that staff believes that because additional exemptions were identified and brought to the council, that satisfies that program, even though the council elected not only to reject all of them, but also to reduce the number of exemptions compared to the current process?
Thank you for that question, Council Member. In the program, we had committed to identifying them. And so we believe that by identifying them and bringing them for public discussion and council review, that particular program requirement was met. But there are other program requirements, and overall the idea was to increase opportunities for project-specific rezonings. And so we've listed some of the other ways in which opportunities have been increased holistically, even though the council may not have expanded all of the exemptions through this process.
So I just want to make sure I understand. So the staff would consider program 1.3F fulfilled, but there are other obligations and commitments that the city will need to adhere to remain in compliance with the housing element?
If we read through all of them, one of the commitments was to increase the number of hearings, and so based on council feedback to us and direction, that is going to be increased. So we feel like in other ways, the opportunities for council to hear applications for project-specific rezonings would be increased if it were implemented.
I appreciate your answer. And then the next question is related to the response to question 5. So I think I understand staff's intent, but for option B, one of the parameters is to bring all applications. So for option B, it says all applications excluding streamlined gatekeeper. But when you say streamlined gatekeeper, you're referring only to the exemptions that are contemplated for the new gatekeeper process, right? There are currently 3 exemptions in the current process. There's only 1 exemption in the proposed new process. So what staff is saying is only the 100% affordable housing exemption would continue through. The other 2 categories of exemptions would be brought to council in an authorization hearing.
Thank you for that question. To clarify, and just to sort of, are you asking about the 2024 process if council chooses to implement the current procedures?
So in slide 4, the second column is labeled new gatekeeper process.
Right.
And there's a row, go to council authorization hearing, and then it says all applications excluding streamlined gatekeeper. But we're operating in 2 worlds, right? There's the current process, which has 3 categories of exemptions, and then there's the proposed new process, which has only 1 category of exemptions. So what I'm understanding is if the council elects to proceed with the new gatekeeper process, only the 1 category of exemptions would proceed to review. The other 2 categories would have to go to a council authorization hearing.
That's right.
Okay, so my question then is that seems to treat similarly situated parties differently, because in the municipal code right now, if I submit an application under any of the 3 exempted categories, it goes straight to processing. But what we're saying is we're going to treat the 3rd category differently from the first 2. And I'm curious to understand from staff's perspective how we can treat 1 category different from the other 2.
That is a very good question, and I'll give you the example of typically we would mean to implement the new gatekeeper process after the changes are in place, and so you will note that the application window is after the proposed changes are actually adopted. If there are projects that met the requirements earlier and are still, in the process, they've met their completeness requirements, they can be processed. So just to let you know, There may be there could have been an application that met the requirements last year, for example, that staff would be processing. But once council makes the changes, then we would use the new process for the new projects.
So I think I'm understanding now. So what I'm interpreting that to mean is, as long as I submit an application that complies with any of the three categories right up until the council approves the new process, I'm going to go straight to processing. I'm exempted from an authorization hearing.
So that is implied, which is why we have changed the window of applications for the new process. The implication is that new process would begin once the changes have been made. And so if council chooses the current gatekeeper process, we would open the window immediately in March before the changes are made. And so we would then take in all three categories, and those would be exempt. Once council has made the changes, then those gatekeeper projects, that the other two categories would not be exempt, and only the 100% affordable would be exempt.
Right. But I'm sorry for being pedantic,
yes.
But just so I understand, that means that, so let's say a majority of the council elects to proceed with option B. That means that even though after the changes are adopted, presumably in May or thereabouts, right up until that point, I could submit an application that is exempted under any of the three current exempted categories, and it will be processed. They will not be brought to a council authorization hearing.
Yes, and there are some implications that it has to be a complete application, that all the information has to be there, and this is how we typically process applications. But yes,
okay.
If it's a complete application.
That is a very helpful clarification. Thank you. Thank you for walking me through, because it wasn't. I thought there was an ambiguity, but I think you've helped me understand the nuance there. So a couple of remaining questions, and then I'll be done. I promise. So I'm seeing we do have. I always keep my handy dandy housing element open up, and I see there are milestones and timeframes associated with holding an annual gatekeeper meeting, which I understand we're trying to comply with. But there's nothing in the housing element that says we have to amend the process by a particular time frame. There's no milestone associated with changing the gatekeeper process at all. It's only related to when we start holding annual meetings.
I have to admit we don't have our housing element with us, and we'll take your word for it. But there were some specific timelines for specific items in the gatekeeper, and if there's no timeline to amend it, but there's a timeline to accept applications, then that timeline has to be met, which implies council may choose to not make the amendments by June, in which case the projects would be under the old process. And if those are amended by June per our timeline, then council has two options in front of them.
So I don't want you to just take my word for it, but it's page 39 of the document itself, or 48 of the PDF. Milestones and time frame. The only one I'm seeing related explicitly to the gatekeeper is the June 30th, 2024 time frame for holding an annual gatekeeper meeting and accepting applications. But there's no time frame or milestone related to reform or change of the process. So the question I have is actually related to workload and capacity. I know we're down staff. I think a principal planner has left the city. The retirement of the director and assistant city manager, turnover in the city attorney's office, and we're losing our land use, senior attorney, assistant attorney. So the question is, because there is no time frame or milestone in the housing element obligating or committing us to changing the gatekeeper process, and because this is a pretty heavy lift, does staff have thoughts about whether we could free up capacity by not rushing gatekeeper changes to meet this deadline, and instead maybe pausing that work, focusing on other higher priority state law implementation, housing element programs, and not proceeding with the gatekeeper changes at this time.
I appreciate the question. I think you're correct in terms of what we are obligated in terms of a deadline committed to in the housing element. It's really to hold the annual gatekeeper hearing. However, a lot of the intent of the objective for this, program is to improve the opportunities, for project-specific rezoning. So while the milestone is tied to the hearings, there's other improvements, I guess, we've been discussing over the last year that that would sort of meet our objective in the housing element. So I would say, even if council's not interested in potentially moving forward with kind of greater amendments to the process, I do think, staff does feel like we're committed to at least looking at some of those revisions at some point in order to meet the objective in the housing element. One other thing just to highlight is, this project's also part of the council work plan as a priority A. In fact, it's number one project. So that would be another thing to consider as part of the evaluation of changing course.
Thank you. That's helpful. During comments, I'll share some thoughts and a proposal, and you could all tell me I'm crazy, but I'm done with my questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Hicks.
Okay, so I thought I was clear. I'm not sure if after that line of questioning I'm more or less clear. So I'm going to ask in a way that will clarify for me. My understanding is all we're doing tonight is deciding whether to we'll be doing a gatekeeper process this year, whether we're going to use the current gatekeeper process or the new gatekeeper process. That's all we're deciding is what I understand. Is that true?
Correct.
Okay, because that was a simple question for me. And then the second part is you're laying out a schedule for revamping the process, which Councilmember Ramirez said maybe we don't have to follow it. But I think that a lot of confusion that I've heard from the public is that I think what happened the last time that council talked about revamping the process is we had a lot of ideas. I think any one of us could have probably come up with a streamlined set of ideas, but all together we had, we each had who knows how many 4 things we wanted to get done, multiplied by 7. Altogether, our ideas are more complicated than the previous process. But I thought then staff was going to take those and come up with something that wasn't as complicated as the 7 of us came up with by just throwing all our ideas into the hat. So when the public read it, I think it sounded like we had come up with a very complicated process, but that's because it's not finished yet. Is that an accurate description of what's going on?
Yes, and I would just add, I think it was very clear in the comments we received that I think because we haven't actually been able to proceed in, doing the public outreach, refining everything. I agree. I think at the end of the day, people only heard what came out of the December 5th discussion, thinking that that was it and that we were moving forward. So there's a lot of work that still needs to happen, and I think part of, a lot of the comments we receive, I think staff anticipates we will flush out as we continue through the process and work with these different stakeholders as we refine the process. So just speaking to those who are listening, I think I would encourage people to reach out, to me, and also just to know that we're still in the middle of the process and we're still developing what that process is.
Okay, good. So we have one assignment tonight, and that's to pick which process to use this year, and then also just to look at the schedule for refining the process. Good, I understand that. Thank you.
Thank you for those clarifying comments. That was very good. And speak was taken down. Okay, so since we've answered the council questions, now it's time to have public comment. So if any member of the public would like to join us virtually or in person to provide comments on this item, please, if you're joining us on Zoom, raise your hand. If you're here in person, submit a blue speaker card or just come forward. I see we have one speaker in person, Mr. Alex Brown. Welcome.
Hey. I love speaking to public comment. So much fun. 3 whole minutes. No. I think go with the old system. The new one is complex, contentious. And you know how much people don't like things that are complex and contentious. Just stick with what has worked in the past that we can do, and also just get it done with. Like, just do it. We got people who are watching that are trying to hold us to account for not letting developers try to propose something that would help alleviate a lack of housing. So, yeah, go faster. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, the next speakers are virtual. That's the only ones we have in person. The next one would be Peter Katz. And after Peter comes Ali Shapirman. Peter?
There we go. There's the unmute. Thank you, Mayor Showalter and esteemed council members. I'm Peter Katz, CEO of the Mountain View Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber submitted a rather detailed letter yesterday morning to the council and the clerk, but for some reason it was not included in the attachments on Registrar. So could I request that that be entered into the public record? Thank you for that. So rather than recite the whole letter, let me provide some of the key points. Based on the commitments made in the housing element, prospective gatekeeper applicants have been expecting the process to start this spring and for applications to be due at the end of June. We think the council should adhere to the schedule identified in option 1 under current gatekeeper process. Additionally, this month on January 12th, the Chamber convened a meeting of over 15 developers, both large and small, to gain their perspectives. The overwhelming comment was concern over the feasibility of the proposed qualifying criteria. Well, they are fully committed, that is the developers are, fully committed to aligning their projects with the community and council priorities and intend to deliver compelling projects with significant community benefits. The criteria as written increase costs and process time, which is in direct conflict with the housing element policies intended to alleviate such burdens and to create a streamlined path for projects with housing. They also note each project is unique in its opportunities and constraints, and it'll be difficult to come up with a one-size-fits-all set of criteria. And given that the city's needs and conditions change rapidly, just look at what happened in the last couple of years, council needs the opportunity to weigh in on special cases that fall outside the established parameters, especially those put into plans created nearly a decade ago. This is why the Chamber supports the need to accept gatekeeper applications as soon as possible and to utilize the current process, in other words, option 1. We also strongly encourage allowing project applicants to be heard by council. We're also encouraged by the words we heard tonight that the process is still under construction. We urge staff to properly and in a timely fashion vet with all of the stakeholders the qualifying criteria so we can ensure that indeed we are meeting the needs as well as making sure that we have a process that reduces barriers rather than increases them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we have Ali.
Hi, my name is Ali Saperman. I'm calling in on behalf of the Housing Action Coalition. You should have received a detailed letter with our position, but I will highlight some of the points based off the questions raised tonight. We all worked extremely hard to get Mountain View's housing element certified. I'm deeply disappointed that as we begin implementation of the housing element, the city is already considering backtracking a critical program, Program 1.3, the gatekeeper process. The gatekeeper has been delayed since 2016, and because of the city's inadequate site inventory, it was one of the programs we worked to improve. Specifically, to increase the frequency of hearings, begin applications by June 2024, eliminate constraints to housing and consider other exemptions for housing projects. And now in turn, the city has come up with 2 options that add additional constraints to new housing that is already hard to build because of the cost of housing. Gatekeeper projects are critical to identify additional parts of the city to zone for housing because of the lack of adequate site inventory. There is not confusion with staff intentions. The staff report was really clear. The first option is what the city should support with a modification of not utilizing any qualifying criteria. The staff report specifically indicates that they would utilize qualifying criteria when evaluating projects in the gatekeeper. And it's not just that the qualifying criteria is confusing because it's not fully fleshed out. It's that adding qualifying criteria adds constraints to housing, and as those changes happen to projects quickly, projects have to adapt and completely rework their pro formas last minute, and we don't even know if those projects will now pencil out. Much more community outreach is needed. I've spoken to our members, and the housing community is deeply concerned with the impact qualifying criteria has on housing costs. I've spoken to developers throughout the Bay Area who want to build in Mountain View, but have not because of the cumulative fees, and the city is considering on piling on more constraints through qualifying criteria with no option for projects to appeal. Option 2 goes completely against housing element goals, and this should not be rushed whatsoever. These ideas are not fleshed out, and we should continue the gatekeeper as is. There is a timeline for accepting applications. There is no timeline to make modifications to the gatekeeper. And if modifications are made, it is supposed to be made easier for projects to apply and be accepted. Specifically, in Article 10.6 of the Government Code that HCD raised, any changes should actively support HCD's recommendations and not hinder housing development. HCD and the Attorney General are paying close attention to the city's implementation of the housing element and the gatekeeper. And I hope the council votes tonight to further the goals the city committed to in the housing element and not contradict those goals. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Shabazz.
Hi, good evening. My name is Shahida Shabazz. I'm an attorney representing the Los Altos School District, and I've been working with the school district since 2018 in connection with the Transfer of Development Rights program, the TDR program. We are excited to hear that holding a gatekeeper authorization hearing in 2024 is a priority because gatekeeper applications and development projects are critical to the success of the TDR program, which was an innovative program created to help fund the redevelopment of the San Antonio Shopping Center into a community serving facility, which will include a school, a park, a 2-acre city park, and recreation facilities that will serve both the school and the broader community. We are appreciative of the collaboration that the city has provided to the school district to date with the TDR program, including this process and ensuring that qualifying criteria are evaluated. As you may recall, in 2018, when the program was created, development applications that included LASD TDR units were given priority in the gatekeeper review process. So we do hope that that is considered as you are evaluating amendments to the gatekeeper process. So far, there have been 3 projects approved by the city that include LASD TDR units, including at 400 Logue, which included 42,000 square feet of TDR, 465 Fairfield Drive, which included 80,000 square feet of TDR, and an office project at 189 North Bernardo that included 28,000 square feet of TDR. The district does have about 100,000 square feet of development rights available for projects that may be considering applying in this new round of gatekeeper applications. And so we would like to take the opportunity to encourage anyone interested in learning more about the program and how projects can take advantage of TDR units as they're considering applying for gatekeeper authorization to reach out to the district by contacting Eric Walukowicz at EWALUKIEWICZ at lasdschools.org. Thank you.
Excuse me, Al. Okay, the next speaker, it says Events SVH.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. This is Matthew Reed from Silicon Valley at Home. I am the Director of Policy. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you this evening. We did submit a letter. I appreciate the staff presentation and some of the explanation. I think the confusion about when the sort of draft discussion about different qualifying conditions and when it was going to be implemented under that option one, I think was a point of confusion. It's very helpful to have that clarified. It's also helpful to know that in the eyes of the city, that the qualifying criteria is really still an ongoing discussion in process that is under consideration, has more work to be done. I think that's really our primary concern, is that I think there were expectations that this was going to be a process that was going to be simpler and clearer and less onerous and less burdensome. And the discussion just didn't seem like it was moving in that direction. This has been a priority for SV at Home for a long time. I went back and looked at our notes all the way back to 2016 and then extensively in 2018. There's just a lot of consternation and frustration that at points there's been explicit discussions about ways of making the process more or less onerous, explicitly to constrain the obligations of the city to review applications for zoning variances. As far as we know, Mountain View is the only city that has constructed such a process, and the history hasn't been good. And so when this was brought up by us and numerous other folks that have been investing in your city for some time, there was a real sense that, okay, this time we're all on the same page. We're going to figure out how to make this work in a way that really enables housing development in a way that it's been constrained by this process. And we're just concerned that we're losing confidence that shared understanding and intent is still shared and understood. So we would appreciate tonight going ahead with the hearing this year under the old rules, but we really would like to have a broader conversation about how to make sure that this process is changed to expand exemptions and expand ways of making this process easier and less expensive and not harder and more expensive. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And that brings us to the end of our virtual speakers and our in-house speakers. So now bring it back to council for deliberation. And Lucas Ramirez, you have a request to speak.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of ideas and thoughts. So I think first, again, I'm grateful to staff for preparing this and for helping me understand some of the recommendations and clarifying some of the concerns that we've heard from the community. I feel there are two overriding considerations in my mind. One is when we have commitments and obligations in the housing element, we have to fulfill them, right? That's a legal requirement for us. For things that we haven't committed to achieving by a specific time frame, however worthy that work might be, I don't think we should rush through that work. I think we should take our time and be thoughtful and come back with a product that reflects as much of the input as we can balance together and helps address some of the competing concerns and priorities from the council. There are many different perspectives about gatekeeper projects on this council. And I think it would be better, since we don't have an obligation to complete that work by a specific time frame, to be more thoughtful and to be more deliberate and intentional in our work. But we do have a clear legal obligation related to the hearing. So my recommendation would be first to proceed with the revised option A, the current gatekeeper process as clarified by staff. And then, I'm also prepared as a separate motion or, in some other process that may make sense to provide direction to staff to deprioritize the gatekeeper changes, in part because we don't have any legal obligations or commitments in the housing element to do that work, and because I don't think it should be rushed. I think there are many other outstanding priorities that the council has established, including obligations in the housing element and appreciating limited staff capacity. I think it would be better to prioritize that work. And I know, going back to different perspectives on gatekeepers, we might, if a majority does proceed with the current process unchanged for 2024, we always have the opportunity in the future to amend the process, but they're totally discretionary. So if you don't like gatekeepers, you could vote no on all of them, and there's no penalty for that. And then we can have conversations about ones that might have some merit, and we might want to prioritize for CDD. So I'm going to go ahead and make a very narrowly scoped motion. I will move to direct staff to proceed with the current gatekeeper process for 2024. And then I'm interested in my colleagues' perspectives on the other question about the broader changes. Is that something that we need to prioritize now, or is that something that we could be a little bit more thoughtful about and address at another time? Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Councilmember Hicks, would you like to speak?
Yeah, so obviously I've seconded. I support using the current process for this year. I want to ask a clarifying question or confirm something that I've heard. So one of our speakers, members of the public, I think it was someone from the Housing Action Coalition, I think expressed a fear that the current process has qualifying criteria in it, and several members of the public have expressed a fear of that particular thing, and I think it does not. So I just wanted to be, is my reading, I just wanted to be clear on that because, yeah, it doesn't have the new qualifying criteria that people are criticizing if we go with the old process.
Correct. The new qualifying criteria are only associated with the new gatekeeper process.
Exactly. So just as several people expressed a fear of it, if we go along with this motion, they don't have to be afraid anymore. And then I'm willing to go along with a slower process, a more slower and that's more methodical process. That's fine with me. Thank you.
Councilmember Matichak, Vice Mayor Matichak.
That's okay. I have a quick question. Based upon the motion, if we stuck with the current process, the application that staff received on December 15th, that would now no longer come to council. Is that true?
Correct. So that would continue through the process of being reviewed.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Abe-Koka.
Thank you. So just a question or reminder, with the current process, we do we require community benefits? Is it clearly stated?
It's part of one of the questions as part of the council authorization criteria. So it would be something that would be disclosed as part of the staff report that would come to council.
That we expect community benefits.
There's a question geared around it.
Oh, what is your community benefit?
Yes.
Okay, great. True. Okay. So just a comment. This has been interesting to hear the feedback. I was intending that by creating a new process with qualifying criteria, we would in fact clarify that issue of community benefits and frankly make it easier for developers to know what that means, and that would make it more straightforward and hopefully help folks sail through the process. So it's interesting how it's all been twisted. It sounds like. My preference is to come up with the qualifying criteria. To try to make it easier for folks, but if there's such consternation about how long it might take, I'm at this point, I'm open to just keeping the current process and then deferring reform until staff feels like they have time to work on it. So that's my, that's where I am now. I've moved a bit from before, I guess. I was going to ask, though, if we were going to keep those 3 exemptions, or is there any interest in not having them? Because I think the majority, if not everybody, wanted to stick with just the one exemption of affordable housing projects. So is there any interest in making that amendment? Maker of the motion. Oh, you're next in line. Okay. So I'll just end there.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. So first, I appreciate Vice Mayor Matichak's question, but just to clarify, the application that was received won't go to a council authorization hearing, but the approval still has to go to council, and because it's discretionary, the council has the ability to reject it.
That is correct.
Okay.
What that means is currently, under the current process, staff would process it without bringing it to an authorization hearing. But in the end, they would all come back to council because it's a legislative action and it needs council approval.
Okay. And for my benefit, I think, is that the one that's off of, is it San Leandro Street?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. That's helpful. I think in response to Councilmember Abekoga's question, the difficulty is I'm open to looking at exemptions. Even if we do something narrowly scoped, including revising the 2 additional criteria, it'd still have to go through EPC and council. So it would still take some time, and I don't think we would be able to achieve that change in time to address this one project. And I'm not sure that I'm not anticipating any others that use the exemption that exists. It's something I think we could explore in a subsequent motion, but I think because realistically that change probably wouldn't go into effect until June, around the same time that the staff report contemplates the option B changes. I think it's a question of is that workload impact worth the deprioritization of something else? And I think that's a fair question. Thank you.
Councilmember Matichak.
Also, I do have a question about that. Would a change like that to the criteria have to go to the EPC? Is it in an ordinance?
Correct. It's in our current zoning code, so we'd have to actually amend the zoning code and bring forward an ordinance.
Okay. So I guess, I do want to make sure that gatekeepers benefit the city and that they have a significant benefit to the city. Has been mentioned before, it's not like we need to rezone anything more than we already have to meet our RENA numbers. So I don't feel like we need to do a ton of rezoning in the city. And most of the gatekeeper applications we get are for rezonings. We don't really need that to meet our RENA allocation. So I am interested in making it clear that we do expect community benefits. And I'm not really interested in a real long laundry list of like qualifying criteria, because I think a significant community benefit, there's probably not very many of them. And I think our list right now is actually too long of the draft ones. So as we refine this, I'm interested in fewer, more significant ones. And I don't know how Councilmember Ramirez knows that there are not going to be any other applications that use the exemptions. I'm certainly not aware of that. Maybe if you have more information you could share on that.
I don't want to pretend to have hidden knowledge. I think what I would suggest is, even though we've suspended gatekeeper authorization hearings for many years, the exemptions have remained in effect, and in those years we've gotten almost no interest, right? The other project that comes to mind is the Umbra project, which was in review for 5 or 6 years before they dropped it. And then before that, Escuela and Latham, I think, was the other exemption project that came before the council. So the exemption criteria are pretty narrow. There aren't really many parcels that could use the exemption criteria. So I can't say with absolute confidence it'll never be used, but there just are very few opportunities, and there hasn't really been a demonstrated interest since 2019, I think, when we approved or whenever the Latham Escuela project came to us.
So I am interested in revising the exemptions or the streamlining projects, because I am concerned about the one about changing industrial to residential. And I say that because I think all cities need a healthy mix of land use, and I don't want to convert too much of our industrial to residential. I don't think we could do that in time if we use the current process. And I don't know, it's like, does it really matter which process we use one more time? So if my colleagues want to use the current process, I'm okay with using that in 2024. But I actually don't want to slow down the revisions, because I think it's important to set the expectations of what we are looking for in terms of community benefits, and also changing the criteria for streamlining. Thanks.
Councilmember Ramos.
Yes, I just had a clarifying question about the motion. Because the public comment, as was it was it Councilmember Hicks that was asking about how there was a lot of public comment about the concerns about the qualifying criteria? Yes. So I think part of that confusion was just that it was in the staff report, the information about the qualifying criteria. Now it's been removed. And just to clarify, the motion that we're moving forward with is still removed. Yes. Yes. Just wanting to double check, because that was still a question. All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Kamei.
Great, thank you. So before I begin my comments, I do have a question for staff. Some people have said that we haven't had a gatekeeper since 2016. My recollection is we went on pause starting in 2019. Isn't that correct? The process went on pause in 2019.
So, not to confuse this answer.
Oh, okay.
But
no confusion happening on the dais tonight.
So a lot of times people refer to the 2006 date, because that was 2016 timeline, because that was, for lack of a better word, sort of a cattle call, where we sort of did the open, anyone can submit. And that was the last time frame that happened. After that date, the council authorization hearings we held for gatekeepers were either ones associated with affordable housing projects, so they weren't exactly gatekeeper hearings, but they were hearings that came to council due to the NOFA component. Okay. Other ones were geared towards, in 2018 and 19, to the LASD TDR program. So those were just about projects associated with that program. And so that's why you're kind of hearing different dates, I think, is because people have different perception of what was done. But we have had technically council authorization hearings in 2018 and 19 associated with the TDR program.
That are considered gatekeeper.
Yes, they were all gatekeepers.
Correct. Okay, great. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that my recollection is correct. So perhaps my perspective will be different, but I thought when council first discussed the gatekeeper process, the intention, the feedback that council had received at the time was that, one, we'd like to restart the process, and two, that the current process wasn't working. I would say that would be my oversimplification of how I feel the gatekeeper process rose to a priority A. In that time, last year, as was mentioned, we had 4 study sessions on this topic, which I feel like we had come to a resolution and a pathway forward at the December 5th meeting, only to find out at the December 12th meeting that we had not. And I think for myself, I feel, I'm heartened by staff that both options will meet the June 2024 housing element timeline. Both will have council authorization hearings in 2024. Both processes will come to us towards the second half of the year. So I'm heartened by that. I think the area of struggle for myself is I feel a level of discomfort going forward with a process that I thought we had discussed as a council and the community had shared with us did not work. And yet there's a concern that we aren't going to meet some of our obligations, but when staff just clarified tonight, we will. So I feel torn on moving forward with our old process after we discussed a new one so thoroughly at 4 different study sessions last year. And for myself, I think that to me is more confusing than anything else going on with the gatekeeper process. And so I think in terms of my own public policy processes and viewpoint, I would like to move forward and give this new process the opportunity to be what many colleagues have said in terms of wanting to seek innovative opportunities, wanting to maintain some industrial areas. I think that particularly since we have general plan, precise plans, we have kind of other roadmaps, and the gatekeeper process goes outside and beyond those, I feel like it behooves the city to make augmentations and to change after we've had robust, I feel, discussion on the topic. And part of the feedback feels like that process doesn't work either. So then it makes me question, should we even have gatekeepers at all? So that has been just my experience, EPC almost 7 years, council going into year 6, and just feeling like I had wanted to give the gatekeepers the opportunity to kind of get that feedback and be part of the community process. So, at this point, I just wanted to share my viewpoint and say that I don't think that I can vote on the motion as proposed at this point, kind of given the long history and the feedback. And if we went with the new process, which we had discussed as a council, this still meets our obligation for the June 2024 housing element timeline. We'd still get the authorization. And what I really liked about the December 5th discussion was we talked about opportunities for larger gatekeepers, and I would say smaller gatekeepers. And so that to me almost
created 2 authorization hearings versus 1 annually, which I think would, again, behoove the city as well, because we hear a lot from our kind of smaller projects that they don't get the attention, especially after, I would say, the cattle call per Ms. Hagan, where it was referred to as a quote-unquote beauty contest, right? So all of that weighs on me heavily tonight in terms of this topic. So thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Abikoga?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I just wanted to respond. I actually agree with you, Councilmember Kamei. And it's just, unfortunate that I think we were trying to make this process better and streamline it, and somehow the world has said that we're going backwards. And I don't know if, and honestly, to be frank, listening to some of the comments, there's a lot of misunderstanding and misstatements that have been made about our process. I'll say, I think the fact that we even have a gatekeeper compared to the cities, we had that whole comparison chart. We are much more accommodating than most of the cities around us. So any criticism on that regard, I mean, at this point I take offense to. Please get your facts straight is what I'd say. I agree, to be frank, yeah, it's a difference of 2 months. I think I started to just question whether, frankly, staff are able, really going to be able to do all this in 2 months. And maybe that's where folks are nervous. But if there is assurance of that, I would be fine to delay it and just put the criteria in, because frankly, over the years that we've done gatekeepers, the biggest amount of energy that's spent is trying to figure out what community benefits to offer. The developers come, they talk to each of us, ask us what we want. And it's like, well, if we just put it on paper, wouldn't it be a lot easier for developers to figure that out and just put a proposal together? So that's what I was intending to do with this criteria. You're right, it did end up kind of morphing to a much larger list than we probably intended it to be, but that's the whole point for me, is to really streamline this process, make it clear so developers don't have to, wonder what we want, or, ask all of us what we want and then try to figure it out. Let's just put it down, is what I say. So if staff, you think you can do that in the 2 months, it's really, right, the difference between June and September, it's summer. We don't even meet in the summer anyway. So if it gives the staff that time in the summer to work this through, then I'm open to it. I don't know if at this point, frankly, the votes are there to go to the new process, but that really is my preference. And the intent really was to make it easier for developers to understand what we're looking for. But
all right. Well, we have a motion on the floor, and I think everybody's gotten a chance to talk to it except for me. I did. This did come back to us because I wanted to change my vote on the straw vote that we had, and because I really, after giving it thought, I really think that going forward with the existing gatekeeper is just much more timely. I mean, we know we can get that done by the deadline, and also, as staff has so clearly told us, they are still working on this. We don't really have the finished criteria, and I would also agree. 4 study sessions is a lot. It was a lot, but unfortunately, I think we're still not quite there yet. And because this is important, we have to get there. So let's vote. The motion is direct staff to move forward with the current gatekeeper process.
In 2024.
In 2024, that's
Only.
correct.
Mayor, may I, to proceed with the current process as revised by staff in the slide.
That's fine. Okay, the motion passes 6-1. Thank you. All right, well, that was a very rigorous discussion. And now I have to find the agenda flow. Here we go. Oh, all right. Moving on to item.
Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, thank you. I appreciate it. So I want to get some really clear direction for the next steps from council. Given the discussion this evening and given the fact that council has and staff have visited this topic numerous times over the past year, I just want to be very clear on the steps going forward, especially given the workload and even council's upcoming agenda items. So I would like to ask for a straw poll on whether council wants to continue to keep changes to the gatekeeper process as a priority A, or whether you want to move it down to a priority C. If it's a priority C, we will not work on it. There are so many other things that we have to work on, not just the daily work, but the other council strategic priorities and projects, all of the housing element projects. And so I really think it would behoove us in the interest of good government to just get that direction tonight, because if you are interested in still pursuing it, then we will think about the timing of bringing those changes back again. If you're not, we're gonna move it to priority C and move on to other things. So I really would like a straw poll on that tonight. I think it would really help staff.
I was wondering about that being included in the discussion for our strategic goals and our meeting in February 23rd.
You could, but you're talking about it now, so it just in the interest of it being fresh on your minds, it might be easier to do now, but you certainly could do it at that time with the council priorities and the update to your work plan. Either way, we need direction.
Councilmember Ramos.
I'm concerned about another straw poll because this is how we got into this problem in the first place. Can we take official direction, or is it only going to be a straw poll? Like,
you can make a motion as well.
just
Councilmember Ramirez, what is your motion?
Move to direct staff to change the gatekeeper review from priority A to priority C.
Do we have discussion on this? Councilmember Ramos?
Oh, I was just going to say I second it.
Okay, great. Vice Mayor Matichak?
Thank you. I have concerns about moving it to priority C for some of the reasons that have been mentioned here tonight. I think we, as Councilmember Abe-Koga said a couple times, I think we need to make it clear what our expectations are in terms of community benefits. And I personally would also like to revise what projects can be streamlined. And so I would prefer to keep it as priority A. So actually I'll make a substitute motion that we keep it as priority A.
Okay, so if I understand the procedure properly, then the substitute motion gets voted on first. So can we vote on the substitute motion to keep the gatekeeper review process priority A? That's correct? Okay. Can we vote? Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. Is there any discussion? There's discussion, of course. Alice, Councilmember Hicks?
Yeah, so what I'm mulling over is, I thought that we were, I think I'm reflecting what Councilmember Abakoga said. I thought by putting a lot of stipulations up front, whether, I'm forgetting what they're called, qualifying criteria and design guidelines, we were telling people up front what we wanted. But we got a lot of complaints about that, including comments that we were not meeting our housing element requirements. So that makes me think if people are that confused and they're going to, I don't know what, bring us to court or something for it, then we can just go with the old one. I think it's that having criteria up front is streamlining rather than having you get, through months of the process and then we tell you no, which is what we can do. But if members of the public don't think it's streamlining, then maybe we just go with what we already had. So those are my thoughts.
Councilmember Kamei.
Great, thank you. I feel like this is why I voted the way that I did. But so, Councilmember Matachek, with your motion then, would that kind of go back to the idea that 2024 would be the current process, and then if it remains a priority A, in 2015 it could potentially be a new, sorry, 2025. Yeah, we're hitting the 10 o'clock. Should we continue our?
That would be my thought. I would say staff would continue to work on the revisions to it. And it might take a little bit longer than we anticipated. So it might go into 2025. But the next review in 2025 would use the new process. To me, this is just saying, okay, let's give it a little bit more time to clearly define a new process, the criteria, and all the aspects of that. I think it will be more clear and simplified and easier for people if they understand our expectations up front. And then in 2024, we just use the current process, and then the next time in 2025, don't know what month that is, we would use an updated process.
Okay. If we do not support the motion, or if we supported priority C, the current process could continue for 24, 25, 26. I mean, that would be my understanding. If it gets quote unquote deprioritized from A to C with whatever motion comes forward. Is that, City Manager?
Yes, Council Member, that's correct. Priority C is as time and resources allow, which means it would likely not occur during this work plan cycle.
So if a council member wants to move forward with some sort of revision, they would need to vote for the motion as presented, because the only way that we would be able to do revisions is if we kept it as A. Okay, thank you for clarifying. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Hicks? Okay. All right. Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually am comfortable with the Vice Mayor's proposal. I believe that we should be changing our gatekeeper process parameters. I'm in the camp that believes that it's not really working as well as it could. I had made the motion thinking that because we don't have a legal obligation to meet a certain prescribed commitment in the housing element, that we can give staff some latitude to think about this and conduct stakeholder outreach and community outreach. But if the council wants to continue to prioritize the work, I'm actually very comfortable with that and don't mind having a revised application hearing process for 2025 and for the future. To respond to Councilmember Hicks' question or concern, I think the specific concern I've heard with the new proposed process, and we have different perspectives about this, but the concern I have and the concern I've heard from some in the community is that even if an applicant were to meet the prescribed community benefit requirements or whatever qualifying criteria that the council selects, that it would still have to go through a discretionary public hearing, and the council could still decline to accept it. And there are merits and demerits to that, but the problem is there remains the uncertainty that I can go through. It's not easy to prepare one of these applications that takes a lot of time and money. I could do all that work and still fail to even get processed, to have my application reviewed. And I think that's why, for those of us who have concerns about that proposal, it's not a process I would support over the current process. But that's where the council majority, I think, was going. But that was why I think there is concern with the revised qualifying criteria. It wasn't qualifying criteria to get immediately processed, go through review. It's to get, you go through a screening process in order to get to a discretionary public hearing where you're still competing with a bunch of others, and the council can still decline to even accept that application. Thank you.
Councilmember Kamei?
I just have another question, apologies. So to staff, so for the new, if it stays priority A, would staff still be evaluating if we might have 2 gatekeepers a year with the different sizes? Is that still an option, or is that that discussion had occurred at multiple of the study sessions, and I don't know where that's going to float or land. But it sounds like for 24, the current process, there'll be 1 gatekeeper hearing, right? And then going forward, council had talked about exploring maybe different sizes. Is that something that could still be in the realm of the possibility as staff evaluates going into keeping it priority A?
Yeah, so to clarify, as long as the current process is in place, we would be using it. So in 2024, we, decision made tonight about using it. However long it takes to get to a point where council adopts a new process, we would still be under the old process, if that makes it clear. So the discussion about holding 2 hearings a year has been part of the new gatekeeper process.
Right.
So it wouldn't apply to the current process we have in place.
Correct.
Okay. So hopefully that
is, and I think just to share, that's something council also has received comment on, is holding multiple gatekeepers a year. But that wouldn't even be in the realm of possibility unless we had a new process. So I just wanted to clarify that for the public as well, because we have received feedback on that. Thank you.
All right. So I think everyone has had an opportunity to comment. I am going to be supporting this because I think that although 4 study sessions has been a lot, I think we've gotten a tremendous number of ideas in the hat, and staff has done a lot of work, and I'm hoping that without a tremendous amount of more work, you can analyze all those suggestions and come up with a cohesive program that we can look at soon and move forward with. So I think that's really where we want to go. So I'm glad we're going to move forward right away with a gatekeeper under the old process, and hopefully fairly soon we will be finalizing the development of a new process. So, okay. So with that, let's vote. All right, that passes unanimously. Now with that, I think we are finished with item 7. Is that correct? Looking back and forth. Okay, everybody's nodding their heads. Thank you. So we move to item 8. Item 8 is the time when we have committee reports. And in particular, we want to share about things that conferences we've gone to or meetings where we've represented the city. And I would like to just go first and say that last week I attended the U.S. Conference of Mayors. It was really a fascinating experience. I mean, you just feel like you're really on this incredibly big stage and meeting they bring together these people who are just kind of fairy tale. I mean, they're just such prominent individuals. Kamala Harris spoke to us. Secretary Grantham spoke to us. Secretary Buttigieg spoke to us. I mean, it was just fascinating to hear about government policy from that level of people. In addition, I just want to share that the focus of the conference was on mental health and what cities can do for mental health. And I know that we don't, in our, the way that government is done here, really the county is formally responsible for mental health or mental health treatment. But that doesn't mean that cities can't have any impact. We have a lot of impact with, for instance, how we have our built environment. You know, do we provide park spaces for people? Do we have a safe environment? Do we have areas that are nice to walk in? You know, that kind of thing. So it was sort of a bigger discussion than just mental health treatment. And I think, you know, I thought that was interesting. And so I wanted to share that. And after that, we went to a shorter conference called the Mayor's Innovation Conference. And it was a much more of a small group. But one of the sessions about that was encouraging people to vote and how, as city officials, we can have a positive influence on getting people to be active participants in our democracy, which of course, you know, one of the basic things is voting. And at first I was a little taken back by that because obviously as, you know, when you're in a government role here, we're not supposed to be telling people how to vote. And that wasn't what they were saying. What they were saying was, we want to make sure that the proper information about how people can vote gets out. In other words, we want to make sure that people know where they can vote, when they can vote, and that they can, where they can get questions answered, that sort of thing. And I thought that that was also, perhaps in the past, we've done that sort of, we've done that, but we haven't been really forceful about it because, say 10 years ago, we didn't have the problems of misinformation that people are really concerned about. But now it's very important to make sure that people do get the correct information about where they can vote, when they can vote, and where they can get information. So I just wanted to share that I thought it was an interesting, you know, an interesting concept and perhaps a new job for all of us as public officials to help people understand about how to vote. So next would be Councilmember Kamei. Thank you. That's my report.
Great, thank you. And I think the segue on mental health will be great. I have an update for colleagues on CHAC. As you know, CHAC has been in our community for the last 50 years, and along with Mountain View, Los Altos Hills, and beyond, CHAC has been serving our youth and our families. Over the last several years, I've been sharing about kind of the structural financial challenges the organization has been having. And tomorrow at our board of directors meeting, we'll be voting on how we'd like to move forward. But that may affect our JPA, and just so wanted to share that. One of the things that I've been participating in is a task force to make sure that the youth wellness services we provide in the city of Mountain View are maintained, particularly in our collaboration with our school districts. So just wanted to share that with the group. And then representing the city as president for the Peninsula Division of the League of California Cities, I'll travel tomorrow for the annual new council members mayor academy, where we host a luncheon and invite everyone to attend our legislators address on Friday in Palo Alto. There are many bills that are moving forward that can affect us, and so invite colleagues to join us. Thank you.
Council Vice Mayor Matichak.
Thank you. I attended a BOSCA, Bay Area Water Supply and Conservation Agency board meeting last Thursday. That was January 18th. And just a couple of things to report out from that meeting. It's always interesting to get an update from the SF PUC on the water situation in the Tuolumne River Hetchetchee system. And it was kind of interesting. Obviously, the update would have changed because now we've had some good rain since last Thursday. But as of last Thursday, the Bay Area was actually had more precipitation than the Tuolumne system, the Hetchetchee system. And so it was a little bit dry. But obviously, that has changed. And the good news is the system is still at about 93% of capacity. And the other thing to report is BOSCA is exploring, and they think they have found a source for information on grants that are available for water projects. And that should be available to the member agencies in the next couple of months. Thanks.
Councilmember Abe-Coca.
Thank you, Mayor. I went to the Cities Association meeting on Thursday, our first one of the year. We set our priorities, which are homelessness, transportation, sustainability, public safety, and senior services. We also had a presentation from our sheriff, Bob Johnson, and he had mentioned that he's launched a retail theft task force countywide, and I was going to ask staff, I can do it offline, but some of the police departments have received grants, I guess, or for retail theft, and his ask was that all of the cities actually work together through this task force to, I guess that they set up operations to try to catch the folks who are going around and conducting retail theft and property crime. So I don't know if our city received a grant, but that was the request, that we collaborate and sort of bring our funds together to work together. Thanks.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you. And like Mayor Showalter, and pursuant to council policy, I also will disclose that I attended the Mayor's Innovation Project in Washington, D.C., using public funding. I want to be very careful with the terminology. And in addition to the seminar that the mayor described, there were also interesting workshops and panel discussions about how to submit competitive applications for grant funding. There was a healthy discussion about what do you do when you think you're fully funded and suddenly your costs double. I know, right? Turns out that's a problem across the country. And there were also interesting discussions about zoning and using zoning to address sea level rise and electrification.
Councilmember Hicks.
Thank you, Mayor. Last week, I was one of 3 speakers in Canopy's the tree-related Canopy nonprofit speaker series, along with 2 people I highly respect. Erica Spotwood, who used to work with the San Francisco Estuary Institute and was principal in kind of turning our North Bay Shore development into an eco-urban development instead of just an urban development. She now works for Second Nature. And then also Paul Kephart, who is a green roof innovator who did the San Francisco Academy of Sciences roof. And the topic, and I talked about all the great things the city's doing. In terms of, so the topic of the day was denser and greener. So the question was how to make your city more green while you're making it more dense. And I had the top 6 ways we're doing that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. And now, so I think that brings us to our closed session report. Attorney Lowe, do we have a closed session report?
Yes, we do have a report from closed session this evening. Thank you. In closed session this evening, City Council took final action on item 2.1 on the closed session agenda, which was a conference with legal counsel pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 regarding the existing San Francisco Baykeeper versus City of Mountain View and City of Sunnyvale lawsuit. In closed session, Council voted with 7 ayes, 0 noes, and 0 abstentions to approve the filing of an amicus brief in the matter of City and County of San Francisco versus Environmental Protection Agency, United States Supreme Court case number 23-753. There were no other reportable actions taken in closed session this evening.
Thank you. Well, with that, we come to item 10, adjournment. The next City Council meeting will be held on February 13th, 2024, and this meeting is adjourned at 10:17. Thank you, everyone, for taking part.